Hey folks, I hope everybody's having a wonderful Thursday. So far, lights are green. Now, a little different this time around. The latest change was that I've upped the resolution. This whole thing is supposed to be at like 1080, and usually I downsample that to 720 in order to make sure that we don't have that many dropped frames. But because we're plugged directly into the router and everything seemed to go great last time, there's no downsampling. So hopefully the art will be a little more crisp. Hopefully everything will be. Hopefully I won't be. I'd prefer to have a nice soft glow. But here we are. So let's get coloring. I'm coloring the next episode, episode 274 of The Middle Age. I'm working in Procreate on an iPad Pro. And I'm going to wear my better glasses that have a proper focal length. Looks like the microphone's running. Looks like everything's cooking. I have a chat window, which if chat begins... Let's see if I can reload my overlays, and maybe that will... Because there's a version of this screen with chat, and I'm afraid it will be empty. It's currently empty. Who knows? Chat is waiting for new messages. That counts as a new message. Let's see what happens. If it doesn't follow, eventually I'll have to tweak something. That's the... Always something. Always something. So, I've done a little bit of coloring since the last time I streamed. The color flats were done. Hello, Sanatin. Saren. I'm sorry that I'm not seeing the pop-up here on the below on the screen. I'm always vexed by the overlay here. But hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. I've hit the enable button there. Hopefully that will do something. For some reason it's not appearing. I do not know why this system is so persnickety. Hey LJ, how are you? Oh, that is bothersome. I wonder if there's a reload overlays. That's a thing. It's always something. Fine. Well, today I'll be narrating any comments which come in, and we will not have the text on the screen, I'm sorry to say. But that also is good because you won't see my my spam where I talk about my webcomic from time to time. I hope everyone's having a beautiful Thursday. So from the last stream, I've done the color flatting, so you see the basic color shapes in here. I also have the word balloons, so if you want to wait to read the next episode, these will flash on the screen briefly, but I need them in place so I can put my word balloons in. That's part of what I'll be doing today as well. And I'll also be putting in the chainmail for our hero's armor. So that's kind of a... If that gets too laborious and people... What are you doing? Hey, welcome, Spambot. Let me see if I can delete you right away. I've gotten better at this. I think I have. Block user on YouTube. Block user on YouTube. And add to block list in restream chat. Not that it's showing up at all, but anywho, at least I seem to be able to delete the weird, it looks like Python code. Anywho, to the shading. What I do is I use the base color of whatever I'm, and I set a layer above that to multiply. And in that layer, I drop on the exact same color. So I haven't done it for these knights yet. off the email. But hopefully, I still have 0 drop frames even streaming at this higher resolution. I'm excited to see how that goes. I have followed my checklist to the letter, disconnecting all unnecessary USB devices. I caught a little bit of the last stream. It's great to see no dropped frames, but there were still some microphone outages. And again, that could be the way I have the microphone set up. It might be trying to do me a favor. By cutting out what sounds like background noise or waiting for me to speak. And then I will just pause, Shatner style, with a long break, and then suddenly blurt something out, and the microphone will be caught unawares. But that doesn't seem to be a microphone issue. I'm sorry, that doesn't seem to be a streaming issue at all, because the music remains uninterrupted. The music underneath everything keeps going. So it's like a basic shadow. Nothing too complicated. These night characters aren't super important, so they're going to be mostly in shadow in the foreground because they're not the focus of what's happening. The idea is that they are dropping our hero, dumping his corpse, because he is kind of sort of unkillable. Your works are really cool. Oh, thank you so much, Tanatan. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And I'm sorry that the chat isn't appearing on the screen. And the idea is I'm going to finish the color on this page. And time permitting, we're going to do some Nomad Sculpt. This stream is going to run from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. East Coast time. Let me close restream window. I had the load overlays button. Let me see, we got this right. Oh my goodness. What I did, but I seem to have reconnected the chat. I do hear my computer warming up though. Like, perhaps streaming at this higher resolution might be pushing my computer a little too hard. I don't really know if the higher resolution is going to matter at all. My thinking was that if Twitch and YouTube see this stream as high definition, that maybe they'll favor it, just presuming that higher definition might mean higher quality. I'm pretty sure that's not a one-to-one thing, but if I were writing an algorithm, I would say that. Especially if I were writing an algorithm that wasn't attempting to be judgmental. I would try to look at, empirical evidence. What can we absolutely measure about this comic, or about this particular stream on Twitch? Well, it's higher resolution, therefore it should, a slightly higher algorithmic value. We shall see. I surprisingly got 2 more Twitch subscribers overnight, which was nice to see. We're currently at 43 Twitch subscribers, so take that, Paramount Plus. And hopefully new comments will appear in the spot below. Again, I don't know why there's a lag. And so I do 2 passes of shadow on the faces. Usually on the faces I'll do 2 passes of shadow and then 2 passes of highlights. I put the most effort into the faces. The idea is that's the story. That's where the story is, for the most part. I mean, if there is a particular action in a scene that needs a little more attention, or I want to make sure the reader doesn't miss it, I will absolutely put a lot more effort into that. So it's almost like it's more in focus. I'm using the default, pretty much the default brushes in Procreate for watercolor. So this is just a watercolor brush I use in a very small size, and it just rough in. For inking and line work, I have my own brush that I've tweaked and tweaked and tweaked, and it is available for free for my Patreon. If you check out patreon.com/Steve Conley, it's a free download. And it's a brush I use for all my inking, and I think pretty much all my inking. Every once in a while I'll use a textured brush, but in terms of just trying to have classic line work, I use that brush. It's called Steve's brush. I save all my creativity for the comic page. And then I use the watercolor brush for almost everything else. There's a bit of a gap there in this knight's hair. I'm going to cut into that. LJ writes, it's good to see Quint remember to keep his eyes closed. Yeah, he's I think he's nervous right now. It's also important that he doesn't necessarily see the baby dragons just yet. I think I was pretty happy. I colored the lighting on the king's face here a few times. Trying the lighting from different sides. I ended up being really happy with this. You know, coming in from the upper right. A little bit about next Tuesday's stream. A vet's appointment for one of my cats. It's the cat that has seizures. Taking him in for a checkup. I'm optimistic that we can reduce the amount of medicine. He hasn't, since he switched to this medicine, he hasn't had even the slightest hint of an episode in well over 2 years. And I think he's a bit older now. He's coming on 7 years old. I'm hoping that it's a, what do I say, idiopathic? Which is fancy medical talk for dunno. They don't know what caused it, but if you say I have no idea, you can't charge as much as if you say idiopathic. That's a you need a copay on a word like idiopathic. So in his face, the king's face in this panel, in the end, I'm going to hit with a heavy blue shadow and then just peel away the color on his eyes. Very cinematic. I talk about in the comic, in the process of making this comic, that I try not to do anything much like film. You know, this is a comic. It's not trying to be a film. It doesn't have a goal of being a film. But there's certain language in film that I really like. I like certain effects that they've done. For all I know, they cribbed it from pulp covers or something like that. But there was something about the light on a face where it's almost like you're looking through the rear view mirror and the headlights are kind of coming back into that band of the eyes, really focusing the attention on the eyes. And I want that scene here to have that, where it's really like, oh, this guy's a jerk. This guy's malevolent. Or at least be worried. Again, I don't want to... I'm trying to sell a concept here that this guy's someone to be worried about, and the reader should care, and Quimp should care. Okay, this is one more pass of highlights. I'm gonna shrink my brush a little bit to get kind of a crisper line on this. If you're not familiar with my work, my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist, and the comic that I work on currently is called The Middle Age. It is the story of a knight who is in love with a dragon, and he has a magic sword which hates him. And I really don't think... I say that's what the story is. It's not really what the story is. It gets weirder and bigger than that. I said that wrong. It got bigger than that, thankfully. It's been going for about 5 years, and that's given me the opportunity to kind of explore the world and tell the various little stories I want to tell. Seems like I forgot to put an extra bit of shadow on that back ear of the king, so I'm going to put that in right now, quickly. Boop, done. One more pass of highlights on this face. And then I'm going to put in the rosiness of the nose and ears. And I know this is going to be a weird... This channel on YouTube and streaming on Twitch is going to be weird because sometimes I'll be working in a 3D program, sometimes I'll be coloring, sometimes I'll be inking. You know, soon I hope to have the camera set up. If I get a better webcam, then I'm going to have a secondary video source where I can show my hands working on, basically in this that large area, working on traditional pieces. I want to do more traditional artwork, not only for my existing Patreon supporters, but as a way to get additional Patreon supporters. I think if I do a piece, I just did a simple sketch the other day. You know, I thought it was nice. It was a picture of the thing. I've already mailed the piece out to someone, but I shared it on social media, and someone said, "Oh, is that available?" And I said, "Absolutely." You know, I said, it'll be this price or become a Patreon supporter and I'll mail it to you. And I don't know why I don't do that more often. I should draw a piece every single day. And my thinking is that I will take that piece, mail it to a new Patreon supporter, and if there's no new Patreon supporter, I will ask the existing Patreon supporters if they want it and mail it to them. So it means going to the post office more often and mailing pieces out. But I already ordered sleeves for the pieces so that I can put them in something protective and mail them out and, you know, hopefully not go broke. If it's an international backer, I'll ask them to chip in for postage. But it seems like a nice thing to do and good for sharpening my skills, and you know, I should always be drawing. Alright, so now I'm choosing a color. I'm not yet happy with this red. I'm still... Ugh, it's too much. It's too much. Ugh. So before I change colors, let me use that color. Let's see if I hate that less. It's not bad. It still feels blue to me. It's like it's either blue or it's orangey. It's hard to find one that I like. It's all pointless because I'm going to reduce the opacity of the color a lot, so it may not matter. But I put in a very heavy red color, like to the point where it looks like Rudolph. You know, this is a super bright red. But then I'm going to lower the layer opacity when I'm done. So this should just become a rosy color on the characters' faces. I like working in the like pure opacity at this point because I can see it more easily. I can still use a light brush to just color the cheeks ever so lightly so that you just get a sense of the blood under the skin. Into the back of the neck, the forehead. And if the character's hands are exposed, I'll often hit those with a little bit of red as well. Like when I get to coloring the dragons. There's one dragon that's already colored that he's on his own layer, or they're on their own layer. And I will put a light between them and the king just to create a little more depth. Specifically, I just want to have the sense of... I will cast a shadow from the baby dragon onto the hands to kind of help give the sense that those two things are coming in contact. LJ says, hint images would be cool, something not in the regular storyline. I like that. I'm also thinking about doing images that are need for something. Like there's a... the plan is to... Well, there's so many plans. Never enough time. The plan is to have a comic book version of the Middle Age out this year. Not additional content. More like the story everyone can read online, but available in comic book form, so that all the people in comic book shops can finally find out that this thing exists. There's a ton of people who read comics in the US and around the world. Why is that color so weird? Oh, because green is above it. Forgive me. I'm like, why is that? It's bleaching out horribly, horribly. But there are all these people who love comics and read comics every week. You know, they're reading comics all the time. But they don't read webcomics, and they don't go to WEBTOONs. It was a fascinating thing. I'm on a forum of comic book fans. The whole thing is it's all about comics. This mailing list, and someone just started a thread a couple of days ago saying, "Have you heard of this thing called WEBTOON?" And that's the state of things. As popular as WEBTOONs is, it's not everybody knows about it. And, you know, and if WEBTOONs hasn't made an inroads there, you know, that just shows you how much room I have, you know, how much further I have to go. So I like the idea of having a comic book version of the Middle Age. And so I'll start with a Kickstarter. The comic books are really weird. I talked about this before here. Comics are super weird in that I can't think of many art forms, especially narrative art forms, that are... I mean, you could say sculpture and art, you know, traditional paintings, things like that. You could, you know, traditional painting can have a narrative quality to it, and sculpture can have a narrative quality to it. And in those cases, they're selling originals. But the idea that here's this mass-produced thing that's a storytelling medium that's also a collectible. Now, not every issue of every comic is, I think, is not necessarily thought of that way. What is with that? That's like the darkest color red I've used so far. I have never seen it quite so... I'm going to use that layer of everything I just drew as a selection. And then scale that down a bit. It's way more intense for some reason. Then I'm going to set a layer to color. put that above everything else, and then bring that way down. That ear up on that king is still very splotchy. I think that was splotchy before I put the color in. I'm just going to smooth that whole thing out with highlights. So they to have a comic book version, and so I think I'm going to do a kick for that. And then I will do like some role-playing stuff, some D&D content. I was at some comic conventions and people come up to the table and they see the fantasy stuff, and I'm such a big D&D nerd that I would love to do some stuff like that, because even as a, you know, I never played a ton. I mean, I played James. Hey, how are you? I never played it. I mean, I know I played a lot of D&D, but there were some campaigns I never really played, but I still read the source books, because I love that stuff as a reader. You know, I've talked about this, like the Deities and Demigods book, or the Fiend Folio, all those books of the Dungeons and Dragons origins back in the day, and it was just telling you all about Thor's hammer and Loki and the Central American myths and Native American myths, and, you know, all about Greek and Roman. Every culture's mythology was included in those books. Man, I ate those up. And then other ones, like the Marvel came out with the Marvel Handbook, the Handbook of the Marvel Universe, which was awesome. You know, and then DC did one called Who's Who. And it was full of all this information about characters in comics I'd never heard of. Villains I'd never heard of. Really fascinating stuff, and stuff I ate up. And with all this artwork. So even if you didn't, you know, even if you don't care about Quetzalcoatl, you know, or some other myth, you'd love to see, you know, this a drawing by Jeff D. or Bill Willingham or Errol Otis or somebody. So if I'm doing these pieces of these illustrations for, you know, to try to drum up Patreon support, you know, so let's say I do a sketch of something and say, hey, the next person who signs up on Patreon will get this drawing. If that image is also serving another purpose, like it's going to be a piece of spot illustration in a D&D I put together, or a short story I'm doing, or something like that. I really want the pieces to have, and not only that, the pieces will have more value to the person who gets it, because if they do view the artwork as a collectible, you know, then hey, it's a piece of artwork that was published in some way. And then it also provides, like you're saying, bonus information about the world and the story, so that people can just, I don't know, learn more about the universe. I love the idea of, I couldn't sleep. I was thinking about this last night, about the D&D module just set in My Prancing Pony, the Tavern in Gaff. And a kind of low-level Dungeons and Dragons adventure where, you know, your story's starting in this world of these characters, and if you've read the Middle Age, that you're like, oh, I know that, and sitting in the corner, and you know, if things roll a certain way, you know, there ends up being a scuffle in the bar and Quimp gets involved. I don't know, I think it could be a lot of fun. Or I'm crazy. Or both. Those things are not mutually exclusive. Now I'm putting in this highlight now, and it's weird. It's a weird highlight because unlike almost every other character in the story, he has this mane of black hair, and it so it's actually framing his face. And so for me to put the highlight in where his face is I don't know, it's sort of like starting the highlight where the beard ends, and that's not super logical. So it shouldn't be too crisp. The highlight is what I'm saying, because if unless his beard absorbs all light, but who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe that's just how evil he is. But I'm going to put in a heavier shadow. Oop, I don't know about that. I'm going to put in a heavier shadow. Maybe even with blue. No, I might stick with the heavy, with that darker flesh color. And that just give his face a little more roundness. All right, I'm going to sample this dark lip color, so it has the, and also the 2 layers of shadow that we've put in so far. So the faces are almost done. I got to do one more pass of the shadow color. So the face, I'm going to do this the shadow color. Then I'm going to put in Quimp's hair. Just a hint of the blondie orange color at the top of his hair, his thinning hair. This is a big old brush. I'm just swiping it down the side, the shadow side of his face. I'm going to put in a little more under the cheekbones. And then in the crooks of the eye. Just tends to be like one of the darkest spots on the face. Yeah, I don't hate that. And by using the watercolor, a big old soft brush, you get this kind of irregular shape like around his nose. Like there's that kind of weird lump that just appeared there. And I like it. It's weird. It's not... I don't think it's naturalistic. It's just random life. Same thing with that splotch of highlight on his nose. It left this and drawing in those little, just tapping my finger along for the lip highlight. The more irregular it is, the cooler it is, I think. Well, I like it anyway. Anywho. And that's a reminder of who I am. I'm really excited now that the tech stuff is behind us, and we're currently broadcasting at a high resolution at 1080p, 0 drop frames, and we are 34 minutes into this. So, fantastic. I'll be reviewing this later on just to make sure how the audio is doing. Every non-essential USB device has been unplugged. There are a few other things I can do to maybe make my computer less busy. If for some reason it's a struggle over memory and processing power, it's possible that my Bluetooth devices, like my phone and this iPad, are continually pinging the computer in some fashion. And if there's any crossed wires, maybe that's an issue. There's also, one of the things I also turn off when I start streaming is the capsule backup, which, I don't blame the stream for faltering when that kicks in, because that's my computer trying to back up gigabytes worth of data. So with 3D modeling and Nomad Sculpt, it's really fascinating. When I started sharing that and on social media, and so many of my art friends have kind of come out of the woodwork. I think they're very excited about the software. I think there's it could be my low self-esteem talking, but I think, man, if Conley can make something look good with that thing, it's absolutely my low self-esteem talking. But I could also hear the wheels turning. I could feel the wheels turning in my friends' minds, like, ooh, action figures, 3D prints, things like that. All sorts of, because things that just sweep the world as soon as they, like, the drawing stuff on the iPad. I know that's kind of, when I first started drawing 5 years ago, this webcomic iPad, tons of questions about how do you do that? How do you draw iPad? And now it's passé. I think this Nomad Sculpt is very similar. I know it's a year old. I really hope it survives. I hope it forces Maya to bring their prices down. Hope it doesn't get purchased by someone and ruined. But it's awesome. It's awesome that I'm not a 3D modeler. I'm and if they could do the same thing, animation tools. If somebody does that, then not that I want to spend all my time animating, because that is some serious, that requires a lot of commitment and a whole learning curve. But if somebody could empower people to create their own animations, that'd be awesome. Back to the highlights. I put in a little bit extra shadow here and there. Put in Quimp's hair. Huh, I think that looks okay. I like that highlight, the way it landed on the wrist. Just going to do that highlight on the edge of his ear, but then I realized when I can draw in that jawline a little bit, then the ear needed the full highlight. Okay. That back ear on the king needs a little more highlight to it. Not highlight, but just a brighter coloring. It's like, it's very red back there. How we doing? Okay, those highlights look okay. I'm gonna put a couple more little highlights on him. I love how twisted his face is. It's like the more modeling I put in there, the more twisted it gets. I kind of like that. I'm not entirely sure what's casting so much light onto the side of him, but that's been going on in the comic for so long now that I don't care. It's definitely in that Kirby school of, I just like it. And that was a story I heard about, based on a story I heard about Jack Kirby when someone asked him about how he draws leg muscles, and I think it was specifically about a leg, and why do you draw that lightning bolt, and where did that come from? And his response was, I just thought it looked good, or it looked good. I think he said it as like a declarative, like it empirically looks good, and so he's not wrong. All right, I don't think I can add much more to that. I think that's pretty close to good. It's veering recklessly close to not bad. Alright. As a precaution, I'm going to merge all the layers. I duplicated the base flat layer. I want to select the base flat layer, invert the selection, and then clear. That way, on the off chance that I drew any highlights or something off around the faces, that's gone. And I'm going to keep the highlights on their own separate layer for now, because as I'm putting other things in along the way, if those highlights contradict something else that I like, and if it, push comes to shove, I want to lose one of them, for all I know, I'll lose those. Like I mentioned before, the guard's hair, the knight's hair, it's on its own layer. I don't want to move it above anything, so I'm going to fill in the layer underneath with that brown, and now I'm going to delete, I'm just going to erase that skin color I have there. And so when I get around to coloring the knight's hair, we won't have a problem with that. I'm going to do the eyes now. And it's exactly the same as before. 2 layers of multiply probably, and then 2 layers of highlight. Now in this case, I am going to draw outside the lines, and then when I'm done at the end, the eyes and teeth are on the same layers. When I'm done, I will use the shape of the eyes and teeth that layer. I'm going to load that layer as a selection with those perfectly opaque items. Load that as a selection, so anything that's perfectly opaque will be selected 100%. Anything that's like 50% opaque will be 50% selected. So it's based on the opacity of the things on the layer. Since I know that those eyes are 100% opaque, I will select those, invert the selection, meaning everything that is not selected will become selected, and everything that's selected will become not selected, and then I'll hit clear. And that will clean up all the outlines. And the reason I do that is because, like I was saying about 100% selection versus 50% selection, if I were to load the selection eyes and color inside them, the eyes aren't, there's these stair steps along the way, the pixelization. Anything half full will become half selected, and so if I draw a shadow into that half selected area, only half the shadow will go down. It's annoying. It will create a halo around any of these soft selections. Any of these pixelated edges, dithered edges, any of those, if I use those as a selection and try to fill just those selections, will create halos. So I don't want to do that. I basically want to color on top of it, ignoring the area, and then at the end use that selection to delete everything else. It kind of makes sense. It's weird. I will say that there's absolutely better ways of doing this. Some people wouldn't care. Someone's like, who's going to notice it at the pixel level? And that's a very good point. Except I would. I saw it enough times where it's like, I want to fix that. So that was the first pass of shadows. We're going to do another one. The first one's mostly concerned with the shadows cast by the brow and the sides of the mouth. The second one is more concerned about volume, like trying to make sure that these egg-shaped eyeballs are three-dimensional. And I'll put a little more on the sides, more on the top still, because I still want the top shadow to be the most important. And the little baby dragon's eyes, I'm going to do those when I get to the little baby dragon coloring. And now on a layer that's set to screen, again, not caring about coloring inside the lines. That gets fixed at the end. And now this is just a layer of white. So now using that gray, the base gray color of the eyes, I'm going to create a new layer and fill the whole thing with, that's the base eye color. Now I'm going to turn on all the things I have on top, that I've done on top of that. So it kind of looks like that. Loose outside the whole shape. I'm going to flatten all that stuff together, and then using that eye layer as a selection, I'm going to load that selection, hit the invert button, and then clear. And now that color fades perfectly. I know it's all pixels, but it now transitions perfectly from that dark gray to the flesh color. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little extra something. The thin watercolor brush, I'm going to put a little shadow around the outline of the eye. This extreme close-up doesn't need it because I gave that hard outline around it. Really drive home the evil. Okay. Now I will, before I tone our hero's armor, I'm going to draw the chainmail pattern in. I know this is everybody's favorite part. Now these guys I'm putting in now they'll tell me how to draw the chainmail pattern in. If I don't spend the time to do these right, then it can look really bad. So there's no shortcut that I'm aware of. I've been drawing the chainmail like this for 5 years, and I was talking to somebody an artist I know pretty well, and they were still under the impression that the chainmail pattern in my comic was something I procedurally wrap onto the model, like, oh, that's just a texture he grabs and slaps down. It is not. So I draw the grid in, and now when I have it where I want it, I'll create a new layer called chainmail or mail with a black ink and Steve's brush, my kind of go-to brush. Nice thin point, 50% or so fill. The exact number doesn't matter. And I think about the light source. I think I want the highlight to run along this edge, and then maybe along this edge on this part of the figure. Like it'll go like that. It'll take a weird turn. A lot of it doesn't in mine. I kind of keep it like very simple and cylindrical. I'm basically treating the light as if it were right there, I think. So this part will have a very bright highlight, this will have a very bright highlight, and this part of the arm will have a very, well, that means I'm going to change this. I'll make the highlight over here. Okay. Good to know. Oh, clear. This is not a set number of ticks. It is just me eyeballing it and hoping it looks good. And if it doesn't look good, I'll delete it and start over. because I finished that row, I'm getting a celebratory swig of coffee. We are streaming at the higher resolution at 1080p. 59 minutes now, 0 drop frames. I'm very happy. I took the additional precaution of before, like at around 3:15 or so, restarting my router, so they could be giving me every chance of having this succeed. But the higher resolution might mean that I need to clean up the stuff behind me. I have lots of work and other things like that. Maybe it might all be visible now. I'll have to start wearing makeup. I know what you're thinking. Start wearing makeup? Fine. I'll have to just start covering up the line where my hairpiece meets my scalp. It's probably way more obvious in this at this higher resolution. I think, did I just draw a single tick mark? Oh no, I was doing 2. Good. I drew them so close together I couldn't tell. So, my process, if you're unfamiliar with this and didn't suffer through the slideshow version of my stream, I do 1 tick mark, then I do 2 tick marks in a row. I'm currently on the 3s. So I'm going to jump these up to 4, because I think given the smaller size of this figure, I want the gradation to happen a bit more abruptly. There's a YouTube channel I'd like to recommend to everybody called Cartoonist Kayfabe. They, in particular, there's a series they've been running, which is them reading, like a radio play, the deposition comics court cases. Okay, now we're really in the weeds, but of like deep inside baseball comic stuff. But the most recent ones they've been doing on Cartoonist Kayfabe is the name of the YouTube channel. It is Lee's depositions, Jack Kirby case, where Jack Kirby, the co-creator of Fantastic Four, the Hulk, Captain America, where the Kirby family in the state were attempting to basically make sure that they get the rights to the thing there that Jack Kirby created. The things that would not exist if not for Jack Kirby's contribution. And I think the time that this was happening, at this point, Disney had bought Marvel. And when Disney bought Marvel, what they were sure they were buying this comic company, but they were mostly buying the huge library of characters. Some of the best being Kirby co-creations. So the latest episode has Stan Lee under oath being asked to describe how these characters came to be. So there aren't a lot of comics histories where the interviewee is under oath. And I like that the Rugg and Ed Piskor are the two Cartoonist Kayfabe MCs, and they're reading the lines from the deposition, and they're occasionally inserting a bit of color commentary, and it's excellent. it's not so much that they're riffing, on or they're not pulling an MST3K on it, but they're talking about giving it some proper context, like, okay, the year this is taking place, the setting, what else is going on outside the courtroom at this time, and how that impacts what they're really talking about. And when an interview subject lays some smackdown, they don't let that slide. They make it clear that, hey, one of the ones they did previously was the court case between Neil Gaiman and Todd McFarlane over the rights of Angela and all that. Fascinating stuff. But in particular, when they were talking about the Stan Lee deposition, that when he gets into how these characters were created, and if anybody else were going to try to explain how their characters were created, they'd want to write a script. They try to do it in order to have Stan Lee describes it in such witty and succinct detail that you just know this is a story he's told a million times. These are stories he's told a million times, and undoubtedly embellished. And at this, I don't think the instructions were give us your version of events, which is kind of one way of saying, hey, tell us what you saw, or tell the way, how you interpreted the events. But there's definitely some spin being put on thing, but also under oath, so it's unfortunately often talking about collaboration with a co-creator that was no longer with us at the time of the deposition. But he is incredibly gracious in discussing Kirby's contribution, saying that that Jack was the best, but very much corporatist in his description of, yeah, he did all that stuff, he was great, company owned everything, and a little bewildering. In the end of the court case, it was going to the Supreme Court. And in the end, Disney and the family settled. Which I think some people were disappointed. I think some people wanted to see it go to the Supreme Court. I think they wanted to see these properties not in the hands of a giant corporation, one that is whittling away copyright expiration dates. Copyrights are still expiring for, the pre-corporate, pre-Disney world, but Disney's fighting all the time, and all the corporations are fighting all the time to make sure that the intellectual properties they own remain their sole property. I wish there was like a intellectual property protective services. Like if you see a corporation that is clearly not treating their property well, that the state could come and take it away from them because clearly they're abusing that poor property. I think Superman would be public domain right now. And he should have been. Mickey Mouse should be. the arguments about perpetual copyright seem to be the whole idea of copyright was that it was ridiculous to some degree to say that someone has an idea and no one else can have it now. It's mine. And it, you know, provided you jump through the right legal hoops, you know. And the idea is that it's going to spur innovation, because by giving a creator time to capitalize on their creation, that if you didn't, then they wouldn't create at all. Which I don't think holds up, because there are so many young creators being ripped off right and left, and it hasn't stopped them. But somehow the corporations, if the corporations didn't get to own everything in perpetuity, then what would be their incentive to create? It's like, okay, are they creating? Oh, these arguments are being made by the people who didn't create the thing. The creators are dead. Yeah, there's no question that Captain America and Superman, those characters should have been public domain a long time ago. I would love to tell a story with those characters. And the truth is, you can. I mean, Pixar didn't have the rights to Fantastic Four, but they made The Incredibles. I think Brad Bird says that he was completely unfamiliar with the Fantastic Four when he made that, and it's possible co-writers involved in the project were the ones who brought the Fantastic Four recipe to the project, and it's all moot now that Disney owns both The Incredibles and the Fantastic Four. But that was, you know, the idea of a family of superheroes, and one has the ability to turn invisible and create force fields. I think the idea of invisibility and fields in somehow being linked is just, those are two, that's a non sequitur. I mean, I don't think it's like swimming underwater and speaking to fish. If you gave that to somebody, you could see, okay, there's a logic to the two things, but the idea that you can turn invisible and create force fields, that doesn't make, it doesn't really seem like a logical thing that you would go from point A to point B. So the idea that Invisible Woman and Violet from The Incredibles would both have those abilities is a little, it's dubious. I really like the Incredibles movie, but again, the guy was creating something. Like, if you want to tell a Superman story, just tell it. Just change the name, change the cowlick on the character's hair, and so many people have done that now. Yeah, sometimes I have to draw into the shapes that are behind or in front of the chainmail so I can make sure that the pattern stays consistent. Alrighty, how are we doing? We are streaming. We are streaming. Hour and 15 minutes in, 0 drop frames. So my interface is 1080p behind the scenes. All the graphics I've created, the camera, everything, the whole studio environment from behind the scenes is 1080p. And in order to reduce the amount of data that has to be shoveled out to the internet and to Restream, who sends it over to Twitch and YouTube, the resolution down. I have my computer here change it from 1080 to 720, and that way we were sending out a much smaller file, or hopefully a much smaller file. If the processor, YouTube and Twitch are going to I don't know if they're going to downsample it in some way. I'm really curious. Four, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I tried to create this chainmail pattern in a 3D model, and it just doesn't work because, you know, I'm faking the volume of the thing with this texture. And so to try to apply a faked volume approach, trying to create a fake volume on a thing that has volume already is just weird, and it doesn't work. Because the highlight will be in a different part of the image, yet you're forcing the pattern to highlight in a different location, which doesn't match the rest of the figure. Part of the reason why I'm drawing this chainmail pattern in now, hey XL Rogue, or XL Rouge, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to say that, XLR. So by putting in the pattern in right now, I'm doing this now because when I get to the coloring stage, I want the colors to match the volume that I've placed, or that I'm kind of faking with this texture. This was great. Normally, our hero, with all this chainmail, appears in every panel. So the idea that he's only in this one panel in non-silhouette form is fantastic. That makes my life a lot easier. Okay, so that's the mail's done. At least the texture is. Let's turn the colors back on. I think we're okay. Now I'm going to put in the shading for the metal. Actually, let me move the silhouettes down while I remember. Normally I would multiply with the exact same base color, but in this case that's such a light gray. I'm just going to darken it a little bit before I start applying it. And now I'm just going to follow the shading I've already done. So I want the highlight to run along that line. So I'm going to color in that area. We'll leave that alone, and then I'm going to do at least one pass of shadow, maybe two. And at least one pass of highlight, maybe two. Because the texture I drew really does a lot of the work here. I'm coloring outside the lines. I'm going to clean it up at the end. That usual shtick of mine. I think that's the only metal. I think his helmet. I think the king's crown is on a separate color area, so I don't have to worry about that right now. But now using that original metal color, I'm just drawing in the screen. Real simple brush. Again, I want the texture of the watercolor brush. I'm not that. I want that to be, if it's rough, it's rough. That's fine. I'm going to put in one more layer of shadow using that dark gray color I created a minute ago. This way, when I paint in the super highlight, it'll really pop. Cool. And one more layer using pure white. I'm going to run down this highlighted area. Just splash in that highlight. Tell you what, just to make cleanup easier, I'm gonna, on its own layer, I'm gonna draw in this super bright highlight. The reason why is I know it's gonna overlap down here on the collar. So I want to go in with an eraser and just make sure that there's no overlap there. Sweet. So I'm going to duplicate that metal layer, group everything together, and then using that layer as a selection, invert the selection, and clear. And now that's our metal. How we doing on time? Doing great. 1 hour and 24 minutes in. We got the skin tones in, we got the metal, got the eyes, we do boots. Quimp has another arm. I don't know where it is as he's falling. It just was getting to be so complicated with things going on back there. I'm just going to assume it's more dead weight, or he's landing on his shoulder, so it's more flat and out of the scene. So I only have to. So the gloves boots layer, which is usually a real pain in the butt because it's such a dark color to start with, and the process I use for coloring is so heavy that it ends up being quite a bit of work. But with only two boots to worry about, it's pretty great. And I just got nervous. There was a while in a story that our hero was running around with only one boot, and I kept drawing the boot in, kept coloring the boot, and I would get to that point, you know, the thing's done, it's lettered, I'm about to post it, it's gonna go live, and I realized, oh, dang it. Or I would draw the boot, and because I flip the page all the time to check to see if things look right. You change your perspective on it, and suddenly you can see things you couldn't see because you got used to it. I think bad drawings are a lot like odors. You know, you don't notice them because you're just steeped in it for a while, and then you step outside and you come back in fresh and oh, what did my cats do? So flipping the image is super helpful to give you this fresh nostrils on it. But so I'm flopping the thing back and forth to try to make sure that my drawing is solid or less unsolid, less liquid, and I would realize like, oh, I've drawn the boot on the wrong foot. You know, so not only do I have to delete the drawing that I've done, I also have to draw, you know, the same thing with this missing glove. Just for purposes of being dumb in the story, I had the hero, or maybe there's a deep plot. I won't. No spoilers. Maybe there's a massive storyline where his missing glove is part of the way this whole story wraps up. It's a key plot point, let's say. But he's missing one glove on one hand, and I'm flipping the image back and forth and running into the exact same problem of like, oh my gosh, have I remembered? Did I take it off? And I would hate to cover this hand right now because I'm so happy with the lighting on it. Now the light source on this boot would not put it in shadow. I'm just presuming that the underside of his boot is just darker in general. Like that's the part that's been in mud, and so it's going to have the bottom of the boots will have a dark color. So I was working on that Nomad Sculpt figure, multiple figures, and I think I showed in the last stream I started over. The new figure is almost entirely redone from scratch. I will say that I was so happy with the boots that I created in the first model that I imported those. The same thing with the sword. You know, the sword was not created in the program, it was created in Photoshop and imported into the 3D modeling program. And I was so happy with those things that, you know, I'm not going to redo those. Especially given that these are supposed to be D&D miniatures, which are a little more than an inch tall. So redoing it. And the other model was the first model I had created in Nomad Sculpt, so I really didn't know what I was doing. And that often sounds like just something I say on the stream, like, "Oh yeah, I don't know what I'm doing," but that was genuinely, I don't know what I'm doing. And let me redo that. I'm going to put the highlight on the heel first, and then erase. That'll make the heel pop a bit. I don't like, you know, I say, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making this up as I go along, which is true. But with Nomad Sculpt, you know, it was way more literal. That I had just started. I mean, I basically had just purchased the software. I purchased it this month for sure. And within about a week, I was able to do something that I was pretty happy with. But the part where it failed was I was creating it with a model of like a D&D miniature in mind. And then there are certain restrictions to D&D Mini that I really wanted to take into account. The main one being that those miniatures have a facing. Like, if your character is looking straight ahead, the direction your character is looking really matters when you're using it as a miniature. Because if the character's facing left, you turn the character to face left. So I didn't want to do some of the normal stuff I would do with a drawing of Sir Quimp, which would be I'd kind of have the character looking off to the side, because I think it's funnier to make it always looking over one shoulder. I just think there's just so much more character in that. And I had a simple drawing of it, and I was amazed because, okay, so I had this simple drawing of the miniature that I wanted, and the character's kind of hunched forward, and he's got his sword, and he's got a piece of cake, and it's fine. So, but I was basically using the symmetry tools in the program I was going to create a kind of a completely straightforward, standing up-ish version of our hero. Very symmetrical. Because, who knows if I can get one hand right, let alone two. So let's just duplicate everything and flip it. Get it roughly where I want it to be and then flip the thing. And I created the character. And I probably could have put in some sort of this tool that I could have used to insert rigging into the character to move it around in some way. Who knows? That's also a whole other skill I would need to fumble my way through. So I have this drawing of Sir Quimp. It's got quite a bit of life to it. It feels like Quimp. It's not the best drawing, but it's a good start. And and again, it doesn't really matter because how good is this thing going to look? Am I really going to do anything with this thing? And then I'm working on it. I'm getting the handle on the tools, and suddenly I'm like, oh, this looks. I could be crazy, but this looks good. I want to print this. I want to make a toy of this. I want to make a sculpture of this. And I start sharing it on social media, and people are like, whoa. Very positive reaction. Very, very positive reaction. And I'm like, okay, I got to do something with this. People are jumping in saying, wow, you should definitely do D&D miniatures. I'm like, well, funny you should say that. Because that was, where the whole thing started in my head. The only reason why I downloaded the program in the first place was that I've been talking with some friends of mine who made D&D miniatures, and they hired sculptors. And the work looked really good. And I've been basically telecommunications tag with a friend of mine, let's say almost 6 months. We talk about other stuff. We have other things that are more pressing to deal with. And, the whole miniatures, total back burner, least important thing. And it's going to come up, and then it doesn't come up because life keeps intruding one way or the other. And it just never happened. And he was saying the whole time is, he's pointing me at the work of some other people, and they said, listen, he just picked up this program, not Nomad Sculpt, but some other program, and said, look what he, said, this person is not an artist, and look what they did. You should do that. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds great, but let me just have someone who knows what the heck they're doing. I'm not cut my own hair. Division of labor is handy. I let me figure out how to draw feet and hands, and let somebody else figure out how to 3D sculpt and rewire my home. If everybody's good at something, it will all be better. Everything will be better if we can have specialists. If people specialize. I'm not saying that people shouldn't have like rudimentary skills in everything. Captain Kirk moving from station to station in the Enterprise. But it always bothered me when he asked Scotty to step aside and said, let him handle the controls. Or the transporter chief, let him step aside and let Dad do it. That was always like a little bit, really? Really? He's the best at every job. Anywho. So I was really all about having somebody else do the 3D modeling, but I could never find somebody. And then you look on Fiverr, and you see someone's willing to do it for X amount of dollars, but are they going to get my character right, and how much money am I going to spend, and am I going to like what I get? And then, God forbid, you start looking at excellent 3D modelers like the guy and like the team who did the Disney Infinity figures, which I'm a huge fan of. Or you look at the Weta Workshop models, and like, okay, that's my North Star. That's the best stuff, and those are the people I'd want to hire. You know, with what money? I don't know, but so it never happens because I can't find the right people, or was playing phone tag with my friends, or something else intrudes. Life intrudes. I was about to launch in Marvin the Paranoid Android from Hitchhiker's Guide. Life, don't talk to me about life. Okay, that highlight's okay. I'm gonna put a little bit in there. At some point I lost the selection, but again, I can do the cleanup. That always works. So then I saw, I don't know how I Nomad Sculpt. It might have been YouTube's algorithm that just pointed me at it. And the title might have been, sculpting on the iPad. And then I'm like, listening. And I was really impressed with the thing I saw. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was good enough. And part of me is like, well, it's for a 3D model, it's for a 3D printer, it's very small. How good does it really need to be? Not that I want it to be bad or that there's a lower standard, but there's a lower. If you're doing pixel art, and it's a 16 by 16 pixel grid, and you're really just selecting individual colors, there's only so much you can finesse it. There's just not that much room to go beyond that grid. And similarly, when you use a 3D printer, at least with the way 3D printers are now, and the way most 3D printers are, so not even there are high-end ones which are amazing, and but who's going to use that? Who's going to, those things are being used to build aircraft parts. They're not being used, to print someone's minis. So let's say someone's got some DIY MakerBot XYZ printer, and they're going to print out this model. If I put in a lot of detail, it will never come out. There's just no way for it. There's just no way to print it. It's like you can work at 1,000 DPI in Photoshop for zero reason. I guess you could be looking 500 years in the future. No, not even that. Let's say 100 years in the future, where everything is VR and you want to have infinite resolution on the thing you're looking at in front of you, that it wants to be the same resolution as life itself, and you want there to be zero pixelization, and computer speeds and processing speeds are off the charts. Then having 1,000 DPI might make perfect sense. Someone wants to really zoom in, or they don't accept anything short of the resolution of reality. But if you want to deal with processing power now and technology now, 300 DPI is fine. And that's what I was kind of getting at with the resolution of those minis. There's no point in putting in, the stitching of the armor, of the leather armor when there's no way the printer can print that. You could go in there and draw the herringbone pattern on the cloak, but for what purpose? Because the striations that are produced by the 3D printer will be larger and will obscure any such I don't know, noodling. Okay, I think those. Oh, that was a big mistake. I jumped the gun there. There is the last thing I do with all the boots and gloves. I got distracted by my own rambling. Using that brown color. I don't do this for any of the other colors except tabard sometimes. I create a color dodge layer. Using a big old watercolor brush, I splash in color. And what it does is it brightens the boots up a bit. It also turns their color from being so flat to warmer. So suddenly the boots, and it's hard to see because I'm drawing outside the lines, coloring outside the lines, but the boots, the leather of the boots, it just suddenly are so much richer. Okay. So I neglected that step. Okay. This is our hero's tabard, which is the smallest thing on the page, I think. So I'm not going to put in a lot of effort on that. Cool, I'm done. I love it when it's that easy. When I'm coloring, I start with the faces, and the hands, things like that, because they do the most work. I just want to get them out of the way, and then everything gets easier after that. So the coloring process is I get these little sections of the thing done, and then boom, the rest of the thing. And then backgrounds end up being like 10 minutes of time of just splashing color around. But I just really want the hands and the faces to feel... real's the wrong word. Alive? Authentic? I'm just trying to create life, that's all. It should be like that. Okay. So after I'm done with the colors here, I'm going to draw on the word balloons. I don't think I've shared that process before, or how I do that part of it. So that will be spoilery by 8 hours. So if people don't want to see the words as they're about to, at least in their current state. I know I've already marked them up as things I'm going to tweak between now and the time it sees print, by the time it's published online. So he's being dropped on the floor here, so the idea is I want that to be heavy. I want him to feel... So I want the color to be rich, and I'm going to have shadow, blue shadow, underneath him. Not underneath him, but on the underside of him, to increase the weight of the figure as it hits. I'm going to do 2 passes of dark red first. Just going to delete where it overlaps that front side of the cape, the top side of the cape. Putting it even heavier in places just to really create the shadowy underside. Now I'm going to put in the highlights. I'm going to drop in a little bit of shadow. No, actually, no. I take that back. I'll let that be blue. Okay, so this is now painting with the blue, which is not so. It's something I do usually at the end of a drawing, not at this stage. But I will do this with the cape because adding more red at a certain point doesn't really make it any darker. I mean, it kind of just makes it muddier. So adding in a nice heavy blue will really create depth here that adding a lot of red would not. So that's very, very heavy. Lighten it up by adjusting the opacity, and then I'm going to take a big old watercolor brush and just peel some of that red, that blue away, especially around the top of the cape, the bottom of the cape. So right now this is a light brush, watercolor brush set to erase. So I'm using the eraser tool, and I've made it the watercolor brush, and I'm just peeling some of that blue away. Make a thinner version of that and just a few little splashes of extra highlight in there. So it's clearly red, even if it's heavy. It's late over here. See you in the next one. Thanks, XLR. Thanks for stopping by. All right. I am going to put the super bright highlight. But not too much. Just a corner there. To hint at the curve of the cape. I could probably be around. No, you know, I don't hate that. So after this, after you're done watching this, I can't kick people over to the other network because I don't think I have the Twitch enabled function yet, and in YouTube I don't think the idea of a, what do they call it, a raid, where you're able to say, okay, the thing's gonna end, let's move everybody over to another room. there is the Pencil to Pencil podcast is Mike Manley, Jamar Nicholas, and sometimes Brett Blevins interviewing cartoonists and talking shop. Mike Manley is the co-creator of Darkhawk from Marvel Comics, and he has done a ton of comics over the course of his career. Jamar Nicholas is the creator of Leon, Protector of the Playground. And Brett Blevins has done tons and tons of comics. Amazing cartoonist. Amazing cartoonist. They're all amazing, but Brett is in a class by himself. Of working cartoonists nowadays, his work is stunning. His pencil work in particular is just gorgeous. But they have a podcast. It's Wednesday nights. I think it starts at 8 p.m. East Coast time, usually. I don't think they had one this week. But check out their archives, really good. And Jamar on Thursday nights will have one, usually I think from, I want to say 8 p.m. East Coast time. So just as this is wrapping up, it might be 9 p.m. But it's this evening. I would subscribe to that channel for sure, and get the notification of when it's going live. But he basically has a cup of coffee and talks comics and talks everything. It's great. He's fantastic. I recommend checking that out. Okay, so Quimp's figure is done. The boots, the tabard, the skin tones. The last thing I do with all the colors is I will hit them with what I call color splash, which will just be a splash of color across all the shapes. So that, let's say it's purple, that the purple gets picked up by the red of the cloth, by the metal, and by the skin tone. The idea is that there's other lights and colors in the environment, and they will naturally inform things. The blue light behind me is coloring the wood, it's coloring the books, it's coloring the figurines. The blue light's is hitting on other things, and that's just the most obvious example. But everything reflects everything, even if it's unless it's pitch black, unless it's totally non-reflective, it reflects something. And to have a hint of color, the red of the cape should be seen in the metal, right? For certain, the chainmail should be picking up some of the red of the cape. That red is so bright. And so that's what I do. I go through and put a little splashes of color on top of everything. So currently everything is its own discrete cell of color. Very classic comic booky, but and very old school newspapery as well. But I'm going to go back and put in splashes of color. So I'm done, but there's always a little bit more to do. Right now, the Woe Blade Dicta only appears in this. So again, easy work for me today. It's a lot of close-ups and only a few panels with many characters in them. I say less work, but I always find a way to make it more complicated. If you're interested, if you want to support my comics and this stream, please consider going on over to patreon.com/Steve Conley and throwing me a couple of bucks. At various tiers, you get certain extra goodies. The top tier being a commission, an illustration, and there's other tiers where you get digital downloads and all sorts of goodies. And like 400 posts. Some of them are just the comics. You also get my webcomics mailed to you, emailed to you, which is pretty awesome. I think that's kind of a secret value of the thing. Okay, so there's that. I'm going to put in my highlight. I'm going to use the brush tool I'm going to put blood on the sword because it's sticking into him, and the sword has, in the past, it's coughed up blood. The sword drinks blood, slurps blood. If you read the story, sorry for saying that, but that's what it does. And the sword was helping our hero sell the notion that he's been stabbed and is dead. So it put a little extra blood on our hero, and there's some on the blade. So that will be there. That little bit of red color will also help call attention to the sword. It's really difficult to draw the figure in a way that let the sword be seen. I'm not sure exactly how this is embedded in him. It was directly into that collar he wears, that crochet. But in this, I kind of have to cheat it a little bit just to make it read in the comics. And since it's off panel, again, this is one of the things that was so challenging about doing the 3D model. All the way as I cheat the figure, the idea that he has this impossibly wide pelvis. You never, when our character's standing in front of you, it's like his legs are in different time zones. But when you're building the 3D model, you kind of have to connect stuff in some way, and you don't get to cheat it as easily. At least that was my experience. Real 3D modelers may object to that interpretation. They might find ways of obscuring or just doing magic. You know, maybe there's some misdirection or some other kind of thing that you can do as a 3D modeler that will let you get away with stuff that I don't know what I'm doing. But I kind of don't know why I didn't do a 3D of the sword ages ago. The sword has changed over the lifetime of the strip so much. In the very first episode, those side blades are a lot rounder. And it was just this game of telephone with myself. That over the course of me drawing it again and again and again, it just morphed. Which I will explain away as magic. That's the nature. So it turns out the nature of the sword, and I'm just making this up now, but I'm going to say it with a great deal of authority, as if this was true the whole time. It was the philosopher George Costanza who said, "If you believe it, then it's not a lie." Wise words. The idea is that the sword will, like a pet and its owner, over the lifetime of the curse of the sword, it slowly takes on the attributes and becomes distinct to the hero. Oh, I see you there, Python script or whatever the heck you are. I am blocking that user on the YouTubes, and I am add to block list in restream chat. That's misattributed? Is it? Thanks. Thank you, David. But the idea is the reason why the drawing of the sword has changed over the lifetime of this is not because I'm lazy or sloppy, or it was because the sword slowly takes on the qualities of the person who wields it. So it's this. That's what's really happening. It's good to see you, David. So I'm streaming without the lag. I'm running a cable from my router into my computer. It solved every problem. All the tests lie. They say, oh, you got this upload speed and download speed. I think it's kind of some approximate upload speed, approximate download speed, where maybe it takes an average and it doesn't attempt to have, I don't know, the necessary quality of proper uploading. So anyway, so it's two things. One, I've got 30 frames per second. I'm not downsampling to 720. This is a 1080 stream at 30 frames per second, and after 2 hours, 0 drop frames, as opposed to the previous one was giving me like 25 or 30. And I was going around trying to find the right restream port. What if I send it to Miami instead of Washington, D.C. or whatever? So I just have to plug it into the computer. And, yeah. Go figure. So I don't know if you caught it, David. I was doing all this. I was drawing all the chainmail in. So you missed the ASMR portion of our broadcast, where it's just me tapping the pencil on the screen a million times. Okay. Baby dragons. I gotta draw their eyes in. I wanted, when this baby dragon on the skull, to have one eye closed. I see that with my cat when it's chewing on a toy or something, where it's like really clenching down on one side, and one side of it is really clenched. For some reason, it's like chewing with its brow. Everything's getting involved in biting down. Oh, this is the easiest episode to color in the world. I love it so much. The silhouette makes everything easier. Only 3 little bits of chainmail. Okay, so I'm going to do that cheaty talking about before. I'm going to color outside the lines and then fix it at the end. Set a layer to multiply using the same color, the eyeball color. I'm going to do 2 passes of shadow, 1 pass of highlights. Set that to multiply. Overkill how small these things will be on the page, but now highlights, screen. I'm not going to bother with the mid-tone, just going to go straight to a nice white brush. The whites of the eyes. So then using that gray color, I fill the whole layer with gray, flatten that stuff together, if it lets me. Use the eyes as a selection, invert the selection, and delete. And then I clear that layer and merge it down. Hang on. It didn't merge the way I wanted it to. Like I said, if the layer lets me, and it did not. Come on. Merge. There we go. Invert. Clear. I clear that layer and merge it down. There, our eyes. Great. The dragons take a little bit of time. I'm going to do 2 layers of shadow, 2 layers of highlight. Then I do 1 more layer of highlight on top just to add volume and to make sure it's not so dark, because the green is such a heavy color to begin with. It can really get heavy. I'm also going to put in a little hints of red in the cheeks and in the nose. And the last thing I'll do is I'll go back in and draw the horns in. Fortunately, again, really small, so this shouldn't take too long. I'm going to do the face and the tails and probably the wings each on their own. I'm going to color them all separately to reduce the amount of possible overlap of color from one section to the other. It'll let me clean up a little bit more easily too. And I'm putting the layer of screen. So this layer is set to screen. I'm using the exact same green color and just peeling away the color. A little bit of color on the snout, on the closed eye. Again, the horns are going to be filled in later. I'm going to put like that kind of bone yellow color there. Color a little bit outside the lines and then clean it up. A little bit on the snout. I see a little bit of overlay there on the wing. I'm just cleaning that up from the shadow. Draw in the brow. Clean up the overlay. Hang a little bit there. I don't know if I need to go back and put in too many highlights or too many shadows. I think this area is so small that it won't matter. I'm just putting in a big old highlight on the forehead and the face. Skinnier one on the tail. Make the brush a little bit smaller and clean these up. I had a little overhang there. I gotta fix that. There we go. Okay. Where are we? Now we'll do the body. I'm going to set a multiply layer. Turn off the coloring I've done on the face and tail. But I love the conversation that's happening with on Webtoons. I get lost in my artwork here for a little bit. The conversation that's happening on Webtoons about you know, are these baby dragons the same ones we've seen in the story so far? One of the baby dragons, Niddles, has been wearing this garland on its head that it picked up way back in the Ambrosian Fields, and without that, people are like, who are these? And I gotta think that would be like if Miss Pac-Man took a bow out of her hair. Who the hell is that? Okay, screen. But it's kind of like I was hoping. I was hoping that even if these episodes aren't like the wittiest, that they were going to make people go, wait, what? Hopefully not in a confusing way, but more like maybe a slightly disorienting way. Like trying to get their bearings, just like the hero is, because he was just knocked unconscious. The sword had his body pretty much on autopilot, taking him through the forest. He wakes up moments before they approach the town, the encampment of the king. Bob hits him with the bombshell that Phosphene, that the king, or they, according to what Bob said, quoting him verbatim, that they have Phosphene. I think that's what they say. They have Phosphene. You know, Quimps immediately has to be, I gotta get into the camp. I gotta save her. You know, Bob makes no mention of the kids. It's still very much unclear who's working for Bob. I mean, who Bob's working for, if Bob's working for somebody. Do the wings. And if you are a web cartoonist, or a cartoonist of any stripe, the National Cartoonist Society nomination period is currently happening right now for their division awards. And so anyone can submit for consideration. Only NCS members can vote. And voting is a weird thing. I kind of go into it a little bit on a video I did on YouTube if you want to check it out. But it's basically regional, where each region, not every NCS member votes in every category. So in my region last year, it was in the cartoon feature category. So like people who do like Ripley's Believe It or Not. That syndicated comic was in that category that we voted on. Everyone in the NCS votes on who wins the Reuben, which is the big prize. That's the one where it goes to a single cartoonist, basically putting them in the Hall of Fame. They're the cartoonist of the year. I don't think a web cartoonist has even been nominated for that. But the deadline, I believe, is February. Is the first week in February. Their nomination process is a little weird, atypical from the other nomination processes for Ringos or Eisners or the the unknown way that people now get nominated for Harvey Awards. Which is all cloaked in mystery. The NCS Awards, they ask cartoonists to put together a PDF. This is how it was last year. I haven't looked at the rules yet. I haven't submitted mine for this year yet. But in the past couple of years, you put together a PDF. A tire emergency. You shouldn't be watching this while you drive. But the NCS nomination period is going on right now. Unicycle, oh my god, that's the worst. 100% of your wheels had a problem. So the NCS nomination process is going on right now, and until the deadline is the week in February. They're unique. Their awards are unique in that if you want to be considered, if you want your work considered, you put together a PDF with the comics you want considered. So for me, in the past, it was like pick 6 to 8, something like that. That was a cap. They say pick your best or 6 best or whatever it was. Who knows if the process has changed this year? I haven't submitted mine yet. But you put your 8 favorite into a PDF, and in my case, my favorite episodes of the Middle Age into a single document. And the cool thing is the portions that the NCS members who do vote, again, not every NCS member votes in every category. It's I think to reduce the workload, or I don't know. For all we know, it's lost in antiquity. Oh wow! You drag it out to the compressor. Oh, you have your own compressor? You are 80% more Bob Vila than I am. 80% more Ron Swanson than I am. Oh, that's great. Oh wow! So David, you is this true? You are not a member of the NCS, but they send you a ballot, or they invite you to be part of the voting process. That's news to me. That's amazing. I wonder if it's like the technical things in the technical categories, or other things in the Academy Awards, where if you were ever nominated, you get to vote. If you believe it. So if you're watching this or catching the restream or the replay later on, and you are a cartoonist, get your stuff in to be considered. What I do like about the nominations being a PDF, as cumbersome as it is, I mean, again, web cartoonists have very few hurdles submitting our work. Everyone else who wants to submit their work for an Eisner or a Ringo, the publishers are sending along, hundreds of pounds of books for consideration, whereas web cartoonists, you just email them a link. So our lives are easy in that regard. Putting together a PDF is a small price to pay. But the great thing about it is people who are voting in that, they get a PDF, a composite PDF of all the sections. So it's one of the few. So if the entire NCS body voted in every category, it would be perfect. But that aside, and again, I don't know how these regional groups are decided to which one votes in which categories. Still, the subset that I saw, the categories I saw, I got to review the work of everybody in one single document, in one sitting. It was so easy. It was incredibly convenient as a voter. CS site won't open currently. I cry. You just sit and judge everyone. That's fair. So, you know, like the Marvel, I want there to be like others, like there's a watcher, there's a judger. But there's time to there's time to vote in the NCS. Okay, so here's the thing one thing that bothers me, and I don't know if I need to get a camera. It's like occasionally my screen flashes red, and it's not my rage. I've checked. It happens even when in those rare moments where I'm happy. But occasionally the whole color temperature shifts, and I don't know what that is. They aren't promoting the submissions on their site. I'm not surprised. If you can't find it easily on the website, just reach out to me, steve@steveconley.com, and I'll send you the info I have. Yeah, the website's a whole other thing. NCS had about a little over a year ago, the National Cartoonist Society decided to have a session where they were going to talk about NFTs because it was the new hotness, and nobody knew what they were. The word was that cartoonists were making money, and so everyone was salivating. Nobody knew about the environmental ramifications, or the idea that you have to buy Pogs, to buy Beanie Babies, to buy tulips in order to get Ethereum or whatever, the hoops you have to jump through, switching from abstract currency to other abstract currency to finally get to the part where you get to sell your artwork. So they're going to have, NCS is going to have this session on NFTs and cryptocurrency and all that stuff. And it was done on I want to say it was Discord or Zoom or something like that. And it was the first half hour was just trying to get Zoom to work. I'm like, this is not going to go well. Once we've all mastered the ability to have a phone conversation, we're really going to conquer this whole emerging technology. A whole room full of people with thumbs over the camera. And tell me more about these NFTs. There are January deadlines and February deadlines. Absolutely right, David. Yeah, there were January deadlines. They extended the deadlines. I think because the only way of promoting it, or there was a technical hurdle. Who knows? I don't know what the deal was, but I think it was a January deadline, and they recently switched it to. The last email I saw was February. So I was sharing that. If I miss the opportunity to submit, I'll be more than a little disappointed. I don't do this for the money. I don't do this comic thing for the money. I do it only for the opportunity for my colleagues to ignore my work. It's a cartoonist friend of mine, Marty Bowman. He does a lot of work for Pixar, and the projects he's worked on again and again get nominated for Academy Awards and win Academy Awards. And every time he wins one, it's like I send him a note, which is the running total of Academy Award wins, Marty Bowman 4, Sir Laurence Olivier 0. You can't get hung up on it. I say that, get hung up on it. I think the only thing that I think they matter to me in a way that they matter to me because I think it's because of self-doubt. And like that's some sort of external validation that to get nominated. That's oh, okay. This is not a complete waste of time, or it's 7% less likely to be a total waste of time. Yes, it's free to, and yeah, there's no fee to submit. Yeah, I would never recommend anyone submit to anything that has a cost. Ever. Those are almost always scams. Well, they want you to submit in a different way, David. They just want you to obey. Oh, the Spectrum. I was immediately thinking of the ISP Spectrum. Yeah. But Spectrum is largely. Oh, hello, Gamertag23 on the YouTubes. That Spectrum is mostly about the chance to get freelance work, right? I mean, that's still like in the art. It's kind of like an art book more than a. I mean, that's how I interpret it. I always thought the Spectrum was a chance to, if you want to do covers for Doubleday or Tor or something like that. That's the book you want to be in. But I didn't know if it was more than that. But I get iffy about awards. I mean, okay, Spectrum might be different because that does have a pedigree. But there are a lot of awards out there that are just fly by night, and they want money from people. And it's usually a red flag. Gotcha. And there are awards as well. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I think maybe because of the pedigree. I mean, to me, the idea of having the awards associated with it almost like if it's a professional award. Like if it's a professional award, that's fine. And I'm committed to a lot of like when Communication Arts Magazine and How Magazine and all that stuff way back in the day would have art, would be, they have like a $40 submission. I thought those are legitimate publications. They've been around for a while. They're gonna, the winners will get noticed in a way. You can say there's a direct benefit to it. Sometimes you just hear about some award that came out of nowhere, just collects money. Because it'd be such an easy thing to do. Is just, let's just create an award. We'll charge a fee, and we'll make a lot of money. But also I would say, like, if a person, like, it's weird. It's if what can make an award legitimate is the people who submit to it, and the people who win it, and the people who accept it. I think if the and the history of the thing, if the Nebulas. I don't think the Nebula Awards ask for money, or the Hugos. I don't think they ask for money. But if they did, could you really begrudge them? David says, submission question for you. I can submit 12 pages of a printed comic. If the question is if they need to be my latest 8 pages. But it also has a cover. I would bet, if the question is, can you include the cover? I would bet you could. I know in the past, when I submitted the first time, I included like a cover sheet and other and those things were stripped out when the PDF was produced. Because I do think the idea is I think the idea would be that to you know, every most pages, most comics are signed. You get into the editorial section or the comic strip section. You know who you're voting for by name. It's not like this. They assign you a number and it's all blind. If I include the cover, do I include the title logo? I would say put your best foot forward. Like, include the lettering. If you're concerned about if you're going to win, or if you're going to get nominated, you're going to get nominated presumably for the whole submission. If you're worried that if your logo was created by a different, I don't know if you designed your logo, because it's you, I'm going to say you did. I'm going to guess you did. But you could be worried that you know that really should go to Todd Klein. You know, if someone did a book, then had Todd do the logo. I would say include it. If they only want to share sequential work, then they'll strip the cover out when they forward it on to everybody else. I've never been in the comic book, graphic novel, serialized comic, long form, short form, whatever. I've never been a judge in those categories. Not a judge. Again, every member of the NCS is a voter, but I've never been in the category that votes on that. So I don't. But I would think you could submit it and they'd strip out what you don't want. When I submitted mine, I picked 8 webcomics, 8 episodes of Middle Age, individual ones, some of them in sequence and some not. Because I was going for ones that had the biggest impact, that showed artistic chops, you know, or ones that I thought were the funniest, or ones that, I don't know, showed a range of abilities, that sort of thing. That red flash, new camera. I'm gonna have to get a new camera. I don't know what the red is doing that. I can't think of what it seems to happen whether I'm moving or not. That is my rosacea, or my radioactive hairpiece. But I would say, just put your best foot forward. I don't think there's a rule about that. I don't think people are going to judge it one way or the other. And I don't think it's going to be a thing where, you know, if you think, I would include it because you're so good at them that I would say use it. And usually it says up to 12 pages. But again, I haven't seen the website this year. I just got the email as an NCS member. I did not get nominated last year. I got nominated the year before, and it was the most curious process because they decided to stream their awards show, right? Because the Rubin weekend was canceled because of, you know, end times, and they had every nominee record a acceptance. And if you win, they were going to show. They'd show yours. So I had to record an acceptance speech for the award I didn't win, and it's a very awkward thing. And mine is incredibly measured. It's basically just, it's an honor to be nominated alongside such great creators. Because it's like, I can't record a thing, you know, I'm so honored to win this thing when I didn't win the thing. And not that I couldn't even begin to presume that I'd win the thing. It was just weird. It's a very weird ask. But if you get to watch a replay of it, Stacey Curtis won, and his is fantastic. He basically did a skit, and the first thing you'd think, oh no, please don't. It's like, you know, please don't do stand-up. Please don't do improv. Anyone. Ever. But he did great. one in every category just so they would have replayed that video again and again. Okay, I'm going to take that red color for the cheeks and such and drop it right on top of the skin there. Okay, I think a little more highlight and this will be done. And I'm going to take a quick break. I'm trying to think if any other awards are currently in their nomination period. I think SPX. No, I don't think. I think SPX just announced that they're going to have an in-person show this year in September. They haven't had one in 2 years. But I don't think they've announced the nominations yet for the Ignatses. I think those would be next. And again, who knows what the Harveys are doing. Since they moved to New York, they are a complete enigma. They have become extremely opaque in their process. Their website says basically a blue ribbon panel of judges, a jury will blah 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 blah. They tend to announce those. It's a very New York centric award now, very New York publishing centric award. Like they have Best Digital Book of the Year as a category, and webcomics have won it, but I don't know if a digital book has. I'm still not sure what a digital book is. A PDF. But it seems to be hungering for prestige. It seems like it's trying to, I don't think it's bestowing prestige as much as attempting to validate existing decision making. How's that for measured? The choices are just all really safe. And if you have a book deal, if New York or if Hollywood has bestowed success on you, you are way more likely to get an Harvey Award nomination. Like, not that it's a Billboard award or a, what is it, People's Choice? I forget the awards. I think Billboard awards for music were based on record sales. So not a lot of suspense. Marcos, hello, how are you? Nice to see you. Oh, and there's my restream spam. If you're not familiar with who I am, my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a god-awfully long time. My webcomic, The Middle Age, is free to read on WEBTOONs and Tapas and GoComics and on my own website, middleagecomic.com. My comic and this stream are supported by patrons at patreon.com/Steve Conley, where if you are a supporter, you can get digital downloads, digital books, if there is such a thing. You can get behind the scenes look at all the artwork, some sketchbooks, and at the higher tiers you can even get original artwork, like a commission. So check it out. I am going to flatten these guys. Oh no, I almost did it again. I did this before. I'm going to use that green and then on a layer with color dodge selected. I'm going to brush in. I'm going to make sure I'm above everything else, including the reds. Those little rosy colors I put on the cheeks and hands and things like that. I'm going to just use this. This is color dodge. I'm peeling away some of the green. Using the green against itself. and it just brightens it up and adds this kind of a warm, I don't know, it's a warmer green. And the more I peel away the shadow, the more the line work becomes visible. And I think that's, you know, hey, I put a lot of time in the line work. I want people to see it. All right, so that's a 15. I said that was going to be simple, and it was not. So I'm going to merge all those layers together. I'm going to keep the white highlights on their own for now. Select, invert, clear. Sweet. We are at the 2:42-minute mark. I haven't taken a break yet. Fun things. How about yourself? Is it not about time for Volume 3? It is nearly that time. I want more of Volume 3 done, and before I do the next Kickstarter. But yeah, we're getting there. Volume 3 will wrap up with the end of this big first arc. So yeah, I'm very excited. I hope I don't fumble it horribly. I'm optimistic. I've reviewed it, and I review it, and I review it again and again and again, and I'm so cautious. But my body language immediately got all like, you know, hunkered down, and okay. I'm really excited. I hope people like it, and I'm excited where to go next. I have a big plan for what happens after this. I don't want to spoil anything, but if I end it right, the story will be enjoyable to reread. That's what I'm hoping. The ending will recontextualize the story and give people a reason to read it again in the light of the ending, and maybe enjoy a second read. Anxiety building up now. It's absolutely true. Absolutely true. It's a tightrope walk right now, and I'm nervous. I'm absolutely nervous. Because I just don't want to be a stupid ending. You know, there's so many good stories and so many good movies, and you get to the end of it and you're like, I think there's enough nice moments that even if I fall flat on my face, I think the story will still be okay. But that's not good enough right now. 5 years. That's just 5 years of my life. That's all. It'll be 6 years of my life. That's all. But it's a webcomic. I can go back and change everything, right? This is just the first edit. All right, you lovely people. I will be right back. I'm so sorry to take a break just as you're showing up, Marcos, but I'm going to stretch my legs. It's 2.5 hours just frozen in place, and I don't want to entirely calcify. I'll see you all in, let's say, 5. I'll be back in 5. And we're back. Okay, so we have finished inking the little critters. I put a little blue shadow in there. That was like the I did. And then flattened them and cleaned up the shapes. One of them is holding a little skull. Add a little bit of shading to that. I promise not to go too crazy. I am coloring outside the line, so I'll clean it up at the end. Excuse me. Oh, for the Rubens? No, they do not. Yeah, it makes you wonder if that's a step to reduce the amount of work they have to do, reduce the number of people who submit. One of the first drawings I had done of these little dragons was one of them gnawing on a skull, like adorably, like a little, like it, like with the feet on it, like it's a little kick bag that you get for a cat, or like they're wrestling. So this is the first time that scene's appeared in the story. It's kind of a moment when there's a hallmark ornament of the character of the dragon for this. The 3D model I'm going to do of this in print and put a little ornament string on it. It will be them gnawing, one of them gnawing. I'm really excited to do the 3D model of the dragons because they are the characters I have the least understanding of how they're assembled. They're a pile of shorthand bits cobbled together, and I know what they look like from certain angles, but there are other angles where they just fail. And I think making a 3D model will make it more three-dimensional in my own head. I mean, I'll have to solve these problems. I have 3 tabs open just to figure out if I'm doing this all correctly. That's about right. And now let's explain NFTs to you. I think they're just they have a Discord server. When they launched it, I was so optimistic because I felt like it's... So NCS is this... Oh god, no, NPC, no, there's no... That way lies madness. But talking about the National Cartoonist Society, the NCS, what they don't have a network. They don't have any kind of... Anytime someone goes, well, why join the NCS? It's a very difficult case to be... It's a hard case to make. To me, I thought, well, surely there's a forum for discussing best practices, shop talk. It's a professional organization, and you would have that. Nope, they do not. They set up a Discord. They broke it down by region. They made each one a private group that could only be accessed by individual region. And I'm going to say that in each region of the NCS, there's probably at best 4 people who know what Discord is, let alone want to even log in and have a conversation. So if you don't make it the national organization, if there isn't a single place, it seems like it was one of those organizations that was just a rentier organization designed to, you're going to be part of if you want to be part of this group, you're going to have to pay some money, and if you're not in this group, you're not part of the club and you don't get to be a cartoonist. And try as they might to shake that, it just seems to be built into the organism. It's really weird. And I have to submit individual pages because each file must be under 3 megabytes. Ugh. They don't have... Oof. I'm sorry. Yeah. I was asked if I wanted to become involved in the NCS. And, no. Nope. I helped run the SPX for years. I volunteer to help the Summer Comic-Con and with graphic work, you know. I'm limited in how, you know. I'm my story before I die. And I can't volunteer. I mean, as much as I see something like that, I go, oh, I really want to fix that. Or I think I can fix that. And that might be arrogance to think that, but I'm fairly certain I could. It's like, no, I want to color the back of this knight's head. This is what I want to be doing with my time. It's also a place where, you know, I didn't mind doing so much volunteering when I was in my 20s, 30s, or 40s. But now I'm like, I'm stepping aside. What do I know about tech? More than some, apparently. But gosh. Oh, yeah, Dave's saying if he was in the online comics category, could do a PDF. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. Again, I haven't submitted for this year yet. SPX is the Small Press Expo NPC. That is a comics convention. It's been going on for 25 years nearly. And it is specifically for independent comics. SPX started off as Small Press Expo. I think they still stick to that name, even though Fantagraphics and Drawn and many larger publishers exhibit there now. But the idea was, it was independent comics, independent cartoonists, pre-web. It existed before, really before message boards, or certainly before blogs or social media. And it's still going strong. But you needed that kind of environment back in the day for getting your work out, because there weren't webcomics then. So it would, print a few thousand copies of your comic, or make a photocopied zine of comic, and you go to SPX and sell it there. And it's an all volunteer organization, a complete charity organization. And I served as executive director for a couple of years. SPX rejected Jeremy Bastien for a table because they prefer to have guests who do comics. Wow. Yeah, that's... That person... Yeah, I would... If I was still with the organization, I would have appealed it. There was a... That was a rule. There's one of the beautiful SPX. It's weird that that rule bits, because SPX is one of the few places where you're not going to see a table. No, I take that back. You're far less likely to see a table full of fan artwork or one of those obelisks loaded with other people's IP, like Deadpool sketches or lightly traced prints of other people's work. I've gone into that. I don't begrudge the artists who are trying to make a living, trying to live. I mean, if this is how they make their... if this is how Jean Valjean makes sure Eponine has her medicine, I don't know, I can't... But SPX, there were people there who have a table, and they would have T-shirts, and they would come up and say, listen, you can't be here next year. The form says you have to do comics. And if you don't have comics, you're not invited here. And then the next year they would come back and they would do one tiny comic and have T-shirts. So, no matter what good you try to do, there are weasels out there who... And they took... That person, that unscrupulous jerk, took a table from somebody else. Right, David. Absolutely. Absolutely. And no one's going to begrudge, Keith Knight selling prints or something like that. Or, there's going to be a collection of the work, but sometimes the artists just aren't selling their books. They just show up with a pen and print something like that. But they're clearly a cartoonist, and I would think Jeremy Bastien would certainly qualify. That was clearly ignorance on the part of whoever was reviewing the application. But SPX has grown so much. It's now a lottery system, which again, I think might be the fairest way to do it. They do set aside tables for long-running guests. So I think Fantagraphics is not part of the lottery system. I think they've been at every SPX. They're going to get a table no matter what. And I think the show has an X percentage of set-asides for returning. I think with an emphasis on local cartoonists. I think they want people who are in the area to get a table. Maybe because it'll help bring people to the show. I think that logic of it. I don't think it's part of their mission necessarily. And SPX is in Bethesda, Maryland, and it's in September every year. And there are other small press shows all around the country, TCAF, and they're all around the world. There's TCAF in Toronto. There's Space in Columbus, Ohio. Various sizes. They're worth attending first. I would say for every convention, attend it once so you get a feel for it, to see if it's the kind of thing to see if your audience is there. Every Comic-Con has its own community and its own flavor. The Baltimore Comic-Con and the San Diego Comic-Con and the Pittsburgh Comic-Con are all very different. I went there. I would do well at Baltimore, and I would not do well at Pittsburgh. If you did the kind of art that seemed to go well would be stuff like flash artwork for tattoos and things with skulls. It was very popular. And I think it has a lot to do with the feeder system for the shows. Like, the local comics shops tend to be the soil in which these conventions grow. How about that? How belabored is that? And I'm positive the stuff that Shelton's comic shop here sells is maps nicely onto the kind of stuff that sells at Heroes Con, I think. And the stuff that Mark Nathan sells at his shop, and he runs the Baltimore Comic Con, I bet you again, it maps nicely onto what sells in the Baltimore Comic Con. That red light is bugging me so much. That flashing red light. What am I? Like, if it would be fine if there was like a police cruiser parked right there. They'd be like, oh, that's why it's flashing red. If I move in closer, does it stop? Is that what it's saying? Is it flashing red in order to stop? But I've seen it with the replays. So, oh, good, David. I'm glad you submitted. It's on my to-do list for today as well. To I hope they recognize you. It's only 3 nominees per category, so it's the fewest number of nominees per category than any award I've seen. Oh, that's weird. Whereas most awards seem to be adding categories. The Oscars are up to 10 nominees for Best Picture. At some point, it'll be shorter to list the ones who aren't nominated. The red is a UV sensor that is getting updated info about what it's pointing at. Really? Huh. So that's why it seems to happen less if I'm close up. So it has it recognizes, clearly it can't spot this forehead, this incredibly small forehead. It's having trouble. Okay, when I lean forward and it stops. Sir, your posture is too good. Do you have settings for it? No. Well, maybe I do. I take that back. Maybe I do. I'll look into it. No, this is a separate device. It is a Logitech one from 4 years ago. It might be an antique, for all I know. I think it's made of whalebone. It's old. I think I probably need a new one. When I bought it, the guy was like, "Really? You want this? There's newer ones." I'm like, "No. No one wants to see my face in greater detail." Meanwhile, back in this fellow's beard. Well, I'm glad you submitted, David. I didn't want to besmirch all whalebone cameras. What do I know? All right, so we are at the 3-hour mark. You see, I'm gonna finish coloring this later on. I've belabored this piece enough. I'm gonna throw in some basic colors on the knights here. The king's costume is going to take the most amount of time because it's shades of gray. I'm going to have the cheek of the and casting a shadow on the glove to help indicate that the king is being all nice. I want it to be that kind of, really? I also want the reader to be like, you get away from that baby dragon. You get away from him. And so the king's going to have this somewhat pleasant moment, being nice to the dragon, and then immediately have this turn and silhouettes, which I will be using. I'll be coloring the putting in layers of watercolor screens to separate the king from the chair. So the figure will be visible and just, forward. So with that there, I'm going to go into Nomad Sculpt and show everybody where we are currently with this. This is a model. This is started from scratch. We saw this the other night. This is I decided to start it over. I learned so much making the first one, and I thought, knowing what I know now and knowing that it's going to be printed with terrible PLA 3D printers, which just are like a nozzle that drops hot molten plastic into shapes. Things have to be chunkier. The bottom of this cape will get torn up because it's going to have to the printer is going to have to put in supports to let the thing print. That the bottom of the cape gets torn up is okay because it's torn up. So I don't hate that much. I think that'll be fine. If someone has to go in there with clippers and clip off the bottom of the supports, it's just going to make the cape look more ragged. I also think it's a very sturdy figure. I think that the line of the character, there's a lot of weight on that front foot, and I think it will support the figure. The back foot touches the platform. Also, this figure is way more squat. It's a lot closer to my initial drawing. You call that up. The platform I made is much smaller because that's more in line with D&D. I have him on like you said, circus act in the other one. But I'm super happy with how this is coming along. There's a few pieces I have to do. I'm really happy with something I didn't do in the previous one. There's a lot more character with the face. The tabard has folds in it. You can kind of see the parts where it's pinned or under the cape. I ended up making that circular bit, I'm calling the gorget. I don't know if that's a proper name for it, but that bit of mail that drops down a bit around the collar, that is very circular now. I made that with a disc and then bent the disc, as opposed to creating a egg shape and drawing a piece out of it and trying to get that to extrude properly. That created a very uneven, irregular shape. I like this more perfect circle. Again, this is going to print very, very small, so I even made the pattern of the collar much chunkier. So everything's larger, everything's chunkier. The cake is actually exactly the same, and the sword is exactly the same. I didn't want to do that again. And I even re-imported the boots from the previous model because I thought they're exactly as detailed as I want them to be. But the figure is much rounder. I have to do the belt buckle yet, and I have to do for this figure. But I've got to do the chainmail for the gorget. I've got to do the chainmail for the arms and legs, and I've got to do the buckle. I'm also really happy with how the gloves are sitting on the arms. There's like a little of there's a little bit of hang on the glove, like there's some weight there, and like it's being supported. I also made the of the sword way thicker because if it's too flimsy and with a 3D printer, it'll fall right off. It will immediately break off. So, and I've been looking into some resin printers right now, some people who would print this for me, and I don't know, I've got some leads. So fingers crossed I'll have an actual example to show somebody soon. And I will show everybody where the previous one left off so we can see the difference. Oh, and I am going to put arrows in it. The previous one has like arrows sticking out of our hero. I like that a lot, but I was warned that how skinny they are, they will break. So I was really happy with this figure. I still think it's okay, but you can just see that the pose is way more static. He's kind of stepping forward. The detail's nice. The belt loops, that's fine. The whole thing's fine. It's just I thought I could do better. And having the experience of building this thing, I had a better sense of what I thought the program could do. And so I really just pushed everything further. Like, he just got shorter, everything got more twisted, the arch of the back, everything about it just got way crazier. I like the swoop of the cape there. I might go back in the other figure and try to create that, because I just like that. I don't know, dare I say Neil Adams? Aparo. I'll say Aparo, as not to set David off. The swoop of the cape, I liked, at least on the right side of the cape. And I do like where the arrows are going in. That was fun. I kind of fumbled my way through that. The one with the axe actually turned out pretty great. I think that cut, the tear in the fabric looks pretty good, pretty awesome. But you can see that this, even making those the pattern, the scale disc pattern of the armor, it's kind of Aquaman. Um, that pattern, chunky, those are easily third or a quarter the size of the discs in the other one. I also took a bite out of the cake. I might do that with the other one as well. But that's like the easiest effect in the world to achieve. So let me show you that again. So that was a previous one. And the face again, the face was looking straight forward. Part of me was thinking like a D&D player, where when you put your model on the map, that their facing is really important. And I wanted to make sure that it was clear that the character was looking straight forward. But most of the cartooning and drawing I do of Quimp is the red sensor again. My nemesis, the red sensor. I will get you, red sensor. The facing really matters, and what I like to draw a Quimp is I like to draw him kind of looking out to the side, and so this character has way more of that. I lowered the hand a little bit. I didn't want to make it look like he's looking at the cake. That's silly. Yeah, I don't want this to get silly. So I'm gonna put more. I'm gonna put the arrows in him. I'm gonna put chainmail on him, and okay. So let me see. What am I gonna do? Should I switch gears and work on chainmail? Tell you what. I'm gonna practice what I preach. I'm gonna save this file where it is. I'm gonna go right back into the comic because the comic is more important than the 3D model. The 3D model can wait. And we're back into the model. So I'm glad I got to show everybody that. I didn't really advertise I was going to talk about Nomad Sculpt at all. I'm very excited for it. I think Tuesday might be all Nomad Sculpt. I think I want to do Melvwin's figure. And so Tuesday, Melvwin's figure, but I think right now I'm going to focus on the knights, and let's keep my eye on the prize. Actually, let's do the knights are less important. Let's do the king. No, wait, I take it back. I'm sticking with. I'm just going to keep going down my list of flats, and not worry about anything else. If this is the order in which the flat layers are there, that's the layer I'm going to keep doing. It is so weird switching gears from one program to another. They just don't want to... The way you rotate in Procreate and Nomad Sculpt is very different. But the good news about that Nomad Sculpt program is that it made me, for the first time, do a 3D model of the sword. So I am going to create a ton of different reference images for the sword, and the sword will stop morphing from panel to panel, as it does right now. I still plan on altering its shape for purposes of clarity, like if there's a bad tangent or something like that, suddenly the blade gets a little bit shorter or a little bit longer. I don't think that matters. As a kid, it kind of bothered me reading the first Spider-Man stories. The first Spider-Man comics I read were small paperback reprints of Fantasy and Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3. They were... Marvel had put together, or somebody had put together on behalf of Marvel or with Marvel's blessing, small paperback reprints of Spider-Man, Hulk, Barry Windsor Smith's Conan, the Fantastic Four. The comics were cut up. I mean, I think looking back at it, it's probably the thing they did, cutting the pages up to make them fit the other format. But having them as a kid and not knowing what they were supposed to look like initially, and not recognizing how they were sliced and diced, I love them. I love the stories so much. You know, I was reading whatever I could get out of, you know, yard sales and flea markets and things like that. And those reprints were around. And I remember looking at Spider-Man's costume and like, well, how do you draw Spider-Man? I wanted to draw Spider-Man, and I just couldn't based on the drawing that Ditko had done. Because I didn't know how many webs were on his face. I had to know this precise number of webs. And they seemed to, on his chest and his hands, they always seem different from panel to panel. Where's the... I needed that spelled out. It wasn't until later on that I was like looking at the Ramita stuff. Like, oh, okay, you know, I didn't realize it until much later on that Ditko was just sort of just playing it fast and loose, because who cares about the number of webs on the face or something like that. Now I respect that more. I love that it's sort of random. That it's just whatever looks good at any given moment. But I also remember how unsatisfying that was as a reader, as a kid. So right now people could draw Sir Quimp's the Blade of Woe in many different ways. And they're all right. I just had to come up with a story reason why they're like that. I regretted not having the story. I was about 2 years old, and I was like, well, I should make the story about how there's less magic in the world, and that through the course of our heroes' actions, more magic gets released into the world. And that's why, as the story goes, things will change. Knowing that as an artist, it's going to be a 5-year... I didn't know it was a 5-year plan, or a 6-year plan, or a lifetime plan when I started this thing. And the next story might involve this, where more magic gets introduced into the world, and that it's slowly been happening, and that will explain why the character looks different than the start of the story. Why is everything more colorful? Why are the colors richer? Oh, it's because there's more magic is being released into the world. And I think that's going to be a story reason why my art's not the same. It's not because I started this project without knowing how to draw. No. So if you're watching this live or watching a replay later on, I hope you're drawing. I hope you're doing something awesome. And I mean awesome in a good way. I should clarify that. There are a lot of things that, as I said before, that awesome can be the enemy of the good. I feel like movies by J.J. Abrams are definitely awesome. I'm not sure if they're good, though. I never get long enough to think about it. Cool. I think that the cape is good there. I'm going to add a little bit of just a few little flecks of texture. Huh. Something going on there I don't like. Oh, I see. There's a little extra bit of cape down there. I was trying to figure out why the thumbnail image in the sidebar was so different. It was cropped weird. Like there's something else was on the page. I didn't know where. So it's a little extra hidden bit of cape. So again, 3.5 hours in, 1080p. Got the red light. That's it. That's our main technical thing right now. But 30 frames a second, 1080p, 0 dropped frames. So to everyone else who suffered through the beginning of February and a lot of streams, the only thing about this is it's going to make bonus streams a little less often. They're more inconvenient for me to set up because I got to run cable through the middle of my home. And it's a little bit less spontaneous, but thank you all so much for being here and being awesome in a good way. I don't know if MPC, if Max Power's comic is still with us. MPC did a beautiful bit of fan art with the Middle Age, showing his character and Sir Quimp. Really awesome. I'm going to showcase that in a video soon. And some fun news is, not for the Middle Age in general, but for fans of nerd stuff, the Critical Role animated series will debut on Amazon Prime, I think tonight at midnight? East Coast? Oh, I don't know. Who knows what coast? But I think it technically debuts tomorrow. But, you know. We all want our nerd stuff as soon as possible. I'm really interested in seeing how they translate their game, which is largely fueled by the chemistry of the players, into something which doesn't have that. They did get some amazing voice actors. I was also curious about how they handle the fact that it was a D&D game, and that D&D is a property of Hasbro, and I think it's a property of Hasbro. Oh, and Marcos asks, why did you pick the name Maledicta? Because it means well, maledict is a curse, and we've seen and Maledict has appeared, a variation of it is a lot of different books, stories since, like I think J.K. Rowling called a Maledictus in the Fantastic Beasts series as a cursed person, was a Maledictus. Maledicta was, I want to say it was what Brett Parker or Johnny Hart, a cartoonist of comic strips in the U.S., he put together a book of the Lexicon of Comicana, where he made joke names of all different parts of a comic strip. So there's a thing called a Grawlix, which is the swear symbols in comics, where it's a, an ampersand and a dollar sign and a pound sign and a star, and that's a Grawlix. And that name came out of the Lexicon of Comicana, and that so he named it, and it took off. But he also the at some point was also, I think he called it a maledicta. His was when you'd said something and like there's a word balloon out of a person or a thought bubble, and it's just all crossed out. Like something was said, but it was so bad that it was all crossed out. I think that was what I think he called maledicta. And he's Sir Quimp of Grawlix, and I just thought that maledicta is a little on the nose, but he had some early names. If you take a look at the first sketchbook, that's a PDF that's available as a PDF on my website, and I think you may have gotten that one, Marcos. In the first sketchbook, the sword's name was Calamitus, Calamitus, Calamitus. Again, a little on the nose, but I know maledicta is tough for people to say. I also have the wizard named Melvin. I don't like to have two characters with the same first initial of their name because I think it confuses people. So that's why maledicta also has it goes by many names: the Woe Blade, the Blade of Woe, Stabracadabra, the Dancing Sword of Death. By giving him lots of names, it also hits it at his legendary status. Quimp's name for the longest time was Sir Diddums, and I changed that at the 11th hour to a Quimp. Quimp was also in the Lexicon of Comicana, which was the symbol that looks like a Saturn, like a ringed planet. So it was a comic symbol. It was short, which is super important given the limited amount of space a comic strip has. I wanted his name to be something that would take up not a lot of room. And it sounds funny. It kind of sounds like Wimp. That's what Diddums was kind of. Diddums was I think it's a British expression. I don't think it's slang. It's more like, I'm pretty sure I heard Stephen Fry console Hugh Laurie half jokingly with "Oh, Diddums," and I just like it's a British phrase relating to something that is a kind of a sad sack, but also kind of a baby, and that fit our hero's attitude a bit. But Quimp is shorter, so it won. I just knew I'd have to say his name so many times that it was just going to take up too much space in the story overall. Oh good, you did get the PDFs. Well, I do think in that first one, in the first sketchbook, that it is that the sword, I mentioned that the sword's name was Calamitus. I'm trying to see if I have the lexicon behind me. It's long out of print, but there is a digital version, I think a print-on-demand version available from Amazon. I recently redid of my office to make more room for that side of the camera is largely a fulfillment section where I have stacks of books, shipping supplies, pins, patches, loot that I assemble into Kickstarters and things like that. And don't see that book there. I might have it in the living room because there's a bookshelf there, and I keep some books I reference. I like to read more. It's a very silly book about cartooning. I have just lots of books about cartooning, and that was one of them. And it's a fun resource, and so that's where the name Mel came from. The primary reason was it meant a curse. I think is it Latin for curse? A maledict. It also has certain other qualities about it which I really liked. I mean, it has the word, well, there's kind of it's too easy a joke. That's ridiculous. Okay, yeah, that's someone's being very silly for a print-on-demand book. Yeah, no. I'll mail you my copy. I'd rather that than anyone even get any robber try to get that amount of money for it. It's certainly not the estate making that amount of money. But it's also, I mean, I didn't know if I would get to. I didn't know if I would get to tell this story. I thought this might end up being a gag-a-day comic. Gag-a-day. It might just be a gag comic where it's a sword and a knight walking around and just busting on each other, a la Baldric and Blackadder. And it's just, you know, one cunning plan after another, and just silly, dumb comedy. But I was doing it for about 6 or 7 months with an exit strategy in mind that it would wrap up at if nobody liked it at episode 50. I would put a button on the whole thing and begin the next project and have enough pages to collect this into a book, and make that then I'd make the 50-page collection a premium for people who support my Patreon for the next project, for the next thing I do. But I want it to be self-contained and complete. But then, you know, the support on Patreon improved remarkably. It got great. It remains great. And this silly project got an Eisner nomination. Which, you know, I got one in 1999 for talent deserving wider recognition, which I did not win, which tells me that I did not deserve more recognition. But suddenly I'm like, really? This thing I'm doing, this silly thing about a knight and a sword, people are really digging it? And yeah, I can't. That award meant a lot. The nomination meant a lot. More than it should have. I know. Awards are ultimately meaningless because there's no way my comic was one of the 5 best that came out that year. Impossible. Okay. Even if it were possible, it's not something you can measure. You could say it's your favorite comic. You can't say it's the best. There's no yardstick. There's no reasonable way to measure it. I taught college courses for a while in graphic design, and I found it impossible to judge the aesthetics of a project. You like it. If someone likes it, they like it. I was happy to judge it on the technical aspects, you know, because those are quantifiable. The only thing I asked people to do, aesthetically speaking, was I asked them to be able to justify every one of the decisions they made, every one of the aesthetic decisions they made, because I felt I was teaching them how to be a good freelancer. Because, you know, Jack Kirby drew muscles on the leg, and his argument was that because it looks good. That's a perfectly reason, and he's not wrong. but he would lose in an argument every time if he sat in a room with a client and had to explain, why'd you draw the legs like that? I thought it looked good. Because if they didn't think it looked good, change it. You're stuck changing it. So, when I was teaching these classes, I said, just come up with a reason. I said, it could be a rationale. It could be a total afterthought. But just sell me on it. And that sounds a little bit like the dad in Clueless. You know, I couldn't be happier for you if these were your actual grades. It's more like, I said, like in your layout, as you're putting type on the page, have something line up with something else. Just line it up with anything else. If you can line it up with anything else, it's a kind of a way of forcing your design to make more sense. I was kind of sneaking my design approach into the student that way, but if something was something else, then it was intentional, and you're also going to have a much better time arguing that with your client if you can say, oh, this is here because of this reason, and then they'll be like, oh, well, there you go, that's why he did it. It had that reason, and you do it, and you say, oh, I'm happy to move it someplace else if you want to find something else for it to line up with. Invisible grid. Yeah, I kind of think anything that it was partly just justifying the whim of the creator. And I felt terrible. I felt really bad ever trying to judge anybody else's artwork. Fortunately, the classes I taught were mostly, you could argue they were mostly technical. Like it was a web design class. It's got design in the title, but we could focus on the technical aspects. CSS, and I think at the time they were using front page or something like that. I kept trying to argue for the fundamentals, because the fundamentals are the only thing that seem to change, the only thing that stay the same or keep their value 5 years later. People spend all their time learning front page, or I can't think of all the various WYSIWYG HTML editors. And then what does it all matter if they're all going to use Squarespace anyway, or some cookie cutter website? And why can't it be cookie cutter? I mean, if you're an artist, you can use I and another artist can use the exact same template, but as soon as I slap my art in the title box and they put their art in the title box, the two sites will look completely different. It's good to see you, Charlie. So I'm coloring the next episode of my webcomic. I do have to go back and draw the horns on the little baby dragons. The color of those, I never put the flats in for those. I moved on from the dragons onto these knights. And where are we? And we're going to go until about 8 o'clock East Coast time, so another 15 minutes. And thankfully you're here now that I fixed the frame rate issue. And allegedly, the video is a much higher quality today. When I fixed the frame rate by plugging directly into my router with a 50-foot Ethernet cable I picked up. And so basically Tuesday, I felt like I resolved that issue by plugging into the Ethernet. I've been recording for 3 hours and 44 minutes and have 0 drop frames, which is amazing. And, hey, I like smiles. How are you? Well, it'll be available. You can watch the replay. I'm currently coloring. I basically started from the point where I had most of the king's face, at least the shadows put in for the king. And I have been rambling and coloring for the last 3 hours or so, 3.5 hours. I did briefly pop over to Nomad Sculpt and show an update on that sculpture. If you go back minutes in the video, you can see stands. The plan is for Tuesday to probably focus on Nomad Sculpt. I want to do a sculpture of the wizard Melvin from the Middle Age. I'm going to work on a little sketch of him as the starting point for that. Tuesday's stream may start a little bit late. I have a veterinarian appointment for my cat, the one who has the seizures. He hasn't had one in 2.5, 3 years now. It's twice daily medication, and we're going to see if we can reduce that, because there was no reason was determined for why he had the seizures, but the medication helped. And so, but the medication will have long-term detrimental effects, and since we don't know what caused it, and he didn't have it his whole life, he just at some point had it, the hope is that if we can wean him from it a little bit, maybe take less medication, it has made any kind of distance travel very difficult, because you know, got to take care of the little guy. Yeah, he's great. He's a great cat. He is very, I can't tell if loving or just very needy. It's with a cat, it's those things are indistinguishable. Oh, he's nuzzling you. Yeah, because he wants rubs. He's a joy, and he and his brother are definite inspirations for the two baby dragons. His brother's never shown any of the sea. So this is a color dodge layer, and on that layer I'm using the exact same brown color, and that pulls out some of the brown and kind of gives it a warm reddish color. It's a little too intense. I use it on our hero's boots, which is why they go from this brown color to have this orangey warmth. I like using browns. It kind of makes it feel softer, prettier. I don't think I'm going to be putting in the bright rim lighting on the gloves or on the knights themselves. They're not, you know, they're character actors. They're not supposed to get the spotlight per se. And I'm going to be putting their figures in blue in shadow. I'm going to hit them with shadow, so the spotlight will mostly be on Quimp. This whole scene's happening at night, so even though they're in a fairly well lit tent, it's still pretty dark. The previous episode of this, you could see the character, and you could see it was too warmly lit. The whole thing almost looks like a modern comic book where the backgrounds were reds and look like gradients. It looked very slick in a way that this should not look like that. It felt like we were opening up the page of a different book, and one reader commented on it, I think over on GoComics, and they're dead right. It did not look right. Because it's like you take this page and you suddenly add, you know, this behind the characters, and it doesn't even feel like the same comic anymore. Not because of the brightness of how garish it is. It's just this story doesn't have that color palette. It doesn't have that level of vibrance. That red light is killing me. I am going to figure this out. Also, I think part of it is this frame around me. Can I do the other one? This frame. Ooh, I went too far. It's cropped in. The camera frame is actually quite a bit wider, but I'm cropping it in, and I think I'm also cropping it up, maybe. So it's possible that the camera is picking up one other thing and having trouble deciding where to focus, and so because of that, I'm getting the red light every once in a while. Aw, That's sweet. Thanks, Alex Miles. That's awesome. I think about that every time I see the baby dragons. Yeah, they are the real baby dragons I have running around the house are delights. I love the heck out of them. So what? I know exactly where I am in the list. I'm gonna go back and put these horns in for the baby dragons. There's only 2 of them. It should be super quick. This baby dragon is drawn on its own layer above everything else. That's why it was done separately and above, and that's why why their horns are in place. I just turned off scenes to make these horns a little more obvious. So I'm going to draw these in, and then I'm going to duplicate the layer. I do that just to make sure that I have a better chance of having 100% coverage. Because it could be a small gap in the fill that I won't notice until I put a lot more color on top of it. You put that like that. Like it's just over the crest of his head. I keep saying his head or her head. The dragons in the story, dragons have a different gender mechanic than humans. So they don't go by boys or girls, but as a lazy human and the owner of two male cats who are the inspiration, I sometimes slip up. They currently go by any or all prefixes in my head. Pronouns, excuse me, not prefixes. Prefixes too. Sometimes I'll say doctor. And that, I think someone accused me of jumping on a bandwagon or something like that, or taking a political stance when doing that. I'm like, this is better for the story. Story-wise, the idea that Quimp is out of his depth. It's more important to me that Quimp is disoriented than anything else in the story. Yeah, the whole idea that gender would map onto any other species is just so weird. But people are weird. Yeah, one of my favorite comics I've done, I did an educational comic. And it was a character where I was insisting I'm make this character non-binary, and it was the character, funnily enough, spoke only in binary, 0s and 1s, translated. But the idea was that it was a robotic, an alien species that was so ancient that if they had gender, they no longer remembered what it was. And I wasn't trying to speak for the whole species, but that particular character in the story. And what's great was that I never back on. I never got anybody. And the thing was, it was challenging to write because I didn't use the they them pronouns because people up. Because it is. Because of how because they, them can be used in different ways, can trip people up, which it makes sense. And as you try to write something, the ability to have inflection, or without the ability to make it just so it can be read on its own, that makes, you know, comics are challenging in that way. Or any written word where you're not, you know, you can't wink at the audience, you can't add an emoticon or something like that to provide additional context. So I never used pronouns at all for that character. Every sentence was written in a way to only use their proper name, which I thought worked out pretty well. I think if I had to do it over again, the character would have had initials. And I think initials can get you out of... I think initials of a person are infinitely better as a pronoun. Like if you said SC, you wouldn't have to know that Steve Conley identifies... You know, you wouldn't have to know my pronouns. You have a more specific pronoun to use, and I like that a lot. So if I have the opportunity, I refer to people by their initials, just as a... Because if the pronoun exists in order to... as a time, it's perfect. Because then you just say SC. I'm like, okay, doesn't matter what Steve prefers in that context. I mean, it matters what Steve prefers. It just doesn't come up, and everyone knows who you're talking about. So it functions as an improved pronoun. That's that's how I lazily navigate the waters of social media, in an attempt to be as respectful as possible to the people who make my life great. All right, I think we're there. I think we got 5 minutes left. I'm gonna sip coffee. I'm gonna sit back and look at this picture. This chair, unfortunately, which I was really happy with coming up with, because the symbol of the king and of Heartborn, the city-state of which king, their symbol is a lion, and it's on his tabard. And I love this chair being carved, brutalist kind of chunky lion figure. Originally I had the ears pointing up, and it wasn't as cool. As soon as they were square, everything came together. So I think it's carved out of wood. It's because they had to move it. Oh, don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just, you know, I just want everyone to be happy. I think everyone deserves to be happy. I think most people deserve to be happy. Okay, so I definitely have to go in and put some shadow into his mouth. I'm going to put like a blue, a dark blue. The last thing the two last things I do, once all the color flats are in and everybody's got, like, each cell has got its own unique color. You can see this with the Quimp. His hand, his sleeves, the sword, the hilt of the sword, the cape. They're all separate, distinct color fills. I'm going to go back and splash color across all of them, so that the red of the cape is bleeding into the metal armor, like the metal... You'd think the chainmail would reflect red. So I'm going to go through that and do the whole thing. I'm also going to go through with a single 100% ink line fill of blue and draw shadows everywhere, and then soften them with a watercolor brush. And those harder shadows will do things like create additional separation. You know, the king's entire outfit, when it's fully rendered, those shadows will really help everything pop. And the baby dragon's hand will cast a shadow onto the gloves, and the gloves will cast a shadow onto the baby dragons and onto the chair. And Quimp will cast a big shadow onto the carpet. So there's much more to do. My favorite part might be that hand. I think that hand, given the simplicity of the outline and the very limited palette, I think the lighting on that turned out great. I might just submit that for the... I'm just going to crop that right there and submit the NCS Awards. Best online webcomic short form. And as I mentioned before, his face is going to be very much in shadow, with just kind of the eyes peeled away, like that very noir, you know, looking through the rear view mirror kind of highlight of just the eyes, just to really show off how evil this jerk. He says something mean there, is what I'm saying. So, the hand can be the thumbnail. That's a great idea. I might do that. That's really silly. I love it. I love it. I'm going to screen capture it right now. No, I'll put a background in. Well, I'm gonna screen capture it anyway. I can always change it later. Watch, I'll just lose subscribers. Okay, so that's where that stands. Tuesday, hopefully we'll be on time, 4 o'clock. If I'm a little bit late, it's because I'm coming back from the vets and I have to unpack the kitten and feed them dinner and make sure everyone's not going crazy. He hates going to the vet. He hates getting put in the cage. If I've been the cage that the travel crate has the door taken off, and he hangs out on it all the time. But if I put the door on that crate, he hates it. The crate has a little bit of a metal latch, and if he hears that metal latch rattle from anywhere, he will find the deepest nook in the home to hide. So I've got to assemble that quietly, and then so once he gets back, I got to feed him and make sure he's okay, and then I'll log in. And I think Tuesday we're going to work on in Nomad Sculpt on the Melvin figure and see how that turns out. And I'm going to try to figure out this heat sensor thing, this infrared sensor, and why it keeps flashing red. Or I'm just going to get into it and just put in strobe lights, and then we'll just dance. I'm sorry you had to see that. That was awful. Have a beautiful week. Have a weekend. I will see you on Tuesday. Please click like, subscribe, ring the notification bell. Visit me on patreon.com/Steve Conley and consider becoming a supporter. You make that my Patreon supporters make the stream and my webcomic possible, and I can't thank you enough. And if you're a web cartoonist, you have until the first weekend of February to submit your comics for consideration by the NCS Awards. Look up the National Cartoonist Society Awards, the Rubens. David was saying that the process is fairly opaque, hard to find the links, but do some digging, and I hope you find it, and get yourself considered. The only 3 nominees. It's a very limited number of nominees each year, but who knows? You might catch a break. I know I'm going to submit my stuff again. Have a great night, have a great weekend, and I'll see you on Tuesday.